How you? Gia. Kanye know what's up. One time for the one I serve, yeah. For the one I'm a prisoner for. I'ma come like this though. And that means he the first to be. Only one with no beginning and no ending. Everything other than that, he had to, yeah. You knew the Hebrew, you know that other stuff ain't his name. I bow when I pray to the ever mighty I. We did die. We don't hallelujah. And Allah for the hate. Buddha, not ours. They can get you foreign cars, probably make you a star, but they can't do nothing for your eternal soul. When you die, you gon' ride down the volcano. You go, don't you do that. He the only one strong enough to remove that curse off your back. How you chillin' where it's cool at. That's why we hate it, cause we full of bold statements. And the thing to be saying, can't nobody else say it. Yeah, we chosen of the greatest. Yeah, we holding space. Yeah, this word our God made. Got me good with his sentence the rest of my life. Shackles on my feet make me walk like Christ. Bracelets on my wrist and ain't cuffed that my side can't touch much. Locked in the spirit day and night. One time for the one. He the one I serve, the one I judge. And I'm a prisoner to his will. What make your world go round? Stop mine. I was given his commandments, only way I'm gonna shine. So I fell from my dominion, lost vision, I was blind. Let them kill me and rob me while I had bad eyes. Then he took some of his spittle and mixed it with some dirt, made it to a clay, rubbed it on my face. I was turned. He said, eat this roll and go spread my word. And when you're done, I'ma come and I'ma shut down the earth. And judge everybody's words. And everybody gonna get what they deserve. So I'm not a free man. All of that got curved. Can't go where you go. Ain't utter your words. Not allowed to feel hatred or move how you move. Take my hands off this plow when I'm chopped and screwed. But I see how it preserved me and kept me right. Was the stability of my time. Got me good with his sentence the rest of my life. Shackles on my feet make me walk like Christ. Bracelets on my wrist and ain't cuffed at my side. Can't touch much. Locked in the spirit day and night. One time for the one. He the one I serve, the one I deserve. And I'm a prisoner to his will. He the one I serve, the one I judge. And I'm a prisoner to his will. 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 The glory goes to us. We do it all for us. We prisoners for what high. We prisoners for what high.
How many of y'all ever heard one of them That is a Hebrew tongue.
See what had happened was, I was in the scriptures and I found myself guilty and I got convicted and now I got to do my sentence, if I got convicted, I guess that make me a convict, I am in bondage to the word. Okay, I am bound, I have a bond, I got to do the whole sentence, all the way to the period, past the punctuation marks and all of that. The whole sentence, okay, pages, passages, and paragraphs, precept upon precept I have received and indeed am serving a life sentence, cause till I make it to the paradise that lies on the other side of these bars. Okay, I am a prisoner. Read the Bible. Ephesians 4 from the top. That's verse 1. Let's get it. I, therefore, the prisoner of thy power, beseech you that ye walk worthy of the vocation wherewith ye are called. Say less, Paul. Paul, say less. We on. Shabbat shalom wa mana hayabah sham yashaya wa wa kodash the water thumb ya.
Glory to the Most High, whose name is indeed a higher, right? It's your brother, right? Anointed and appointed, double dipped in that ointment. Shabbat shalom, everybody. in Christ's body. Con, cause they sure be trying to act like it ain't Christ's body. Oh yes, it is. Man, what you say, Mark? You took them words right out of my mouth. It is indeed so good to be here, ain't it? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. How are you doing? Right? Mashallah Wam. Ka. How is your peace? Right? How is your peace? Let us know. Let us know. Right? Is everybody still kicking and ticking out there? Right? Glad to see you all. The broadcast. Brother Mark is in the building. Shalom. The other Mark, Sacramento Mark, is in the building. Con. And Arizona Mark is in the building. The humble log keeper, our sister Araka, is in the building. Right? Louisiana is in the building. Our brother Rawar Yaradan is in the building. Shout out my brother Yashar Ban Yasha Allah. Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Right? Brother Daniel, hi. Hey, hold it now. Shalom, my brother, where you been? Seen spoke to you in a few years. Where your brother at? Right? Lasagna White is in the building. Shabbat Shalom, sister. Right? And you know Kassad is in here. And you know Fran Williams is in here. Right? And it is the Sabbath. And we are live. And we're going to be reading Romans 12. And if we have enough time, we're going to roll into some of that Ezekiel chapter 20. Right? Matter of fact, we should roll into that Ezekiel chapter 20 first. Right? Oh man, it's so good to be sitting here on the Sabbath. I've been thinking about you all week. Don't think I have not. I have been. Right? And don't think I didn't want to hit this button. Yes, I did. Right? And yeah, I'm going to start keeping up better with hitting that button, man. I just had so much going on, y'all. Right? Shout out to everybody who called me. You know, we getting a little tight. We getting a little too tight, ain't it? You know, to where we got to jump on the line. You know, got to jump on the phone and chop some things up and things, you know. All praises to the Most High for that. Hit the like button on your way in, right? Ring the doorbell when you step up on the porch, Con. All praises to the Most High. Yeah, it's been a lot. It's been a lot going on. Got on my shirt that Ricardo Gonzalez, uh, you know, designed. Shout out to brother. He in here? I don't see him in here yet. Right? Daughter of Zion Zeph is in the building. Right? Amari Yah is in here with us. Shabbat Shalom Ak. Right? Let me see. Throw something at Ricardo Gonzalez. He sure would hate to find out we was on and he missed it. Throw something at Ricardo real quick. Matter of fact, we got our whole thing going on, huh? We got a whole little chat. Going on. Yeah, I'm gonna just send it to the chat that we got going with a whole bunch of people in it, right? Yes, yes, yes. Let's get us a Sabbath conversation in. Right. And I'm going to go on. And I'm going to still send Ricardo one. Just in case he got that thing on snooze or something. Right? Yep, yep, yep. Matter of fact, uh, we ought to maybe we should get this Ezekiel 20 first. Con? Because there's some stuff I really want to look at in that chapter. You know, we climbing through them Romans though. Wait a minute, Romans is so short, right? Romans is shorter. So yeah, let's dive into Romans, right? You wish I would reconnect with the elders? Why? Why would I do that? Do you know the elders? Do you know those men? Huh? Do you know they had somebody over that they trusted enough to leave in their house? I mean, you know, that ain't no joke. That ain't some, fly by night guy. If you got them all up in your house and you absent, right? You could leave him in your house. Guess what? He found some stuff and he left the whole church, okay? Left the whole church beyond any explanation. It ain't nothing that they could say to hold on to their good brother that they trust enough to leave in their house. And he found some books, right? And he read up. And you know what the problem is? If you find some books in my house, and I've already been on air telling you guys, hey, I have these books. I've been on air telling you guys, I have these books, right? You know I have them. I flashed them on camera. Hey, I have these, right? We know you got the books. So it wasn't that, fam. So what was it for real? I tell you what, I'm reading these books. And I'm reading what these books are saying. Mechanisms, behaviors, ways of doing things, ways of operating, okay? And then I can tie that to you and say, yeah, that he doing that. That is what he doing. I saw him do that, right? Using mechanisms to reap certain rewards, right? Or to get your way, different manipulations and things like this, right? Then you wouldn't be able to talk me down. You wouldn't be able to talk me back cool with you, right? If I'm cut from the cloth of Christ, it ain't nothing. It ain't nothing you can tell me after that, right? So I wish you guys would stop coming over here trying to tell me to reconnect back over there. You're telling me to directly disobey the Most High when you say that. And you're showing me how much you don't care about the Most High. Right? I wish you guys would chill with that. You stay over there. Right? You stay over there and stop coming over here. All right? How about that? Right? I wish you would reconnect with the elders. You talking about? My elder is Christ. Right? My elder is Brother Elder Perry. Okay. All right. You know, some tonic right here. Okay. The ginger, the lemon, the turmeric, the black pepper, the cinnamon sticks. What else is in here? Cloves. Right? Whatever is going on in your body. Okay. Drink some of this. I ain't gonna tell you what it's gonna do. Drink some of this, okay? And watch what I tell you. But yeah, them elders is done. You know, I would never, ever, ever go listen to Scotch Guard, right? I don't care about fitting in with no wicked men. I don't play that, right? Rather fall out with them than to fall out with him. They could stay mad, huh? I meant every word of that. Practicing social distancing if you boast against my master. Huh? Y'all gonna learn I don't just rap. I mean every single solitary word you ever heard me say. Right? I only picked the mic back up to tell the truth and to tell no lie. Right? No matter how ugly that truth is, right? No matter how pretty that lie is. Ain't gonna be able to do it, right? And that's why the Most High said, whew, because I'm gonna go this way, and we're raising up the pure. We're not playing church over here. We are all very serious, okay? And we are all in line with the scriptures of this Bible. Okay? We're not running across scriptures and saying, oh, I don't follow that. No, we follow the book in its entirety from the rooter to the tutor, right? And if we struggle with it, then we gonna tell the Father, I'm struggling with this. Can you please help me put this under my belt so that I could speak pure words, right? When I open my mouth. And he said he would do that, right? To justify our sayings, he said. You know, so yeah, I'm hearing that a lot. I never stop hearing it. And a lot of people are really They giving me the cold shoulder, and it's because they think if they treat me cold enough that I'll return back to organized religion. Never, ever, never, ever. I wouldn't ever do. Man, man, man. Nah, ain't gonna be able to do it. I love them. I love them, and I hope they repent, and I hope they get right with the Father and all that and all that. But yeah, they'll never be able to call me a piece or a part of them again, right? And I don't say that out of any bitterness, but uh, yeah, I wouldn't have never signed up with them guys if I would have known that if that they didn't love the Most High the way I do, right? And I tell you one thing, I'll never do again. I'll never, I'll never question the Most High again because I fought with the Most High, and I haven't fought with the Most High in so long. I hadn't been hard headed with the Most High in so long, right? But when he started giving me those feelings, I wasn't moving. It was going to have to take something serious for me to move. And I knew what I knew. I knew what the Most High wanted out of me for 5 years. Okay? For 5 years from 2018 to 2023. And he took my kidneys in 2023. I wouldn't I wouldn't have I wouldn't have ever lost that health, if I would have had listen, if I would have jumped on it, but no, I wasn't gonna leave, and he knew I would have never left. So he put me through that. And he pulled me directly into there with him. He pulled me directly into there with him to where I couldn't deny it. Cause you can feel the Most High so strong, and you know it is what it is, but you can still play around like you don't know. You could still act like you are stupider than you really are. And that's what I was doing to the Most High. And he was like, so let me snatch you in here then to where you can't say you don't know. Right? And he pulled me all the way off, and he pulled me all the way off in there. And I got back knowing. I got back with the coldest confirmation on earth, probably, right? And it still took me 2 years. Still hung on for 2 years, right? But he's happy now, though. Oh, he is happy now. And I can't share that with y'all because we still in the middle of that, you know. Uh, yeah, I'm going to keep that between me and him. Y'all will for sure think I'm crazy if I said too much here. I got to be, I got to really be careful, right? Uh, but it ain't nothing I won't say one day. But while I'm so in the middle of everything, I gotta keep things quiet for now. But your brother ain't gonna shut up, uh, ain't gonna zip no bag up away from you or nothing. I share everything. But something like this that I'm still in the middle of, you know, uh, we gonna save it for later. But yeah, man, all praises to the Most High, though. It's beautiful, and there's no reason to worry. I know you are people of the love and that you don't like to be separated and that you get lonely and you want to be part of a body and things like that. But this is one of those things, fam, that you got to stop playing and you got to crawl off in here and you got to go through this hard time and then we will be together. I promise you. You know, it's another one of them situations like how you got a court and you can't be together how you want to, but you got to take a period of time and you got to just be able to be happy with what you do have. And what we do have is this internet here. We could come together, we could speak here. Everybody has my number. I'm not one of those guys who are too big for you to pick up your phone and call. You all have my number. We've been doing a lot of talking this week, right? There's a lot of people feeling wild because they ain't seen me since last Sabbath. But a lot of y'all have, right? And shout out to everybody on Facebook as well, right? Instagram, I need to get more into Instagram. I got one, but I don't be on there. I need to get into that. I need to get into TikTok. I need to get into all of these different platforms because everywhere faith is, I need to be. Right? Faith come by hearing, so I need to be over there talking. Right? But man, 27 minutes fly so fast. We about half hour, going on half hour into this thing already. But it's all good though. We're gonna sit here, we're gonna talk. Matter of fact, we're gonna take as long as it takes. The night is young. It's 7:45 on the dot right now in Southern California, right? Where I hire, and we gonna hang out tonight, you know. Layla, get down, Layla. All right, let's jump off the boat and start swimming with this thing. Y'all ready? If y'all ready, let me get a con. See how slow the chat is tonight. Okay, it's pretty fast behind me because sometimes it be like a minute and a half off. Somebody tell me what y'all want to do, Old Testament first or New Testament? We got Romans and we got Ezekiel. Which one y'all want to do? Michaela Williams, Shalom, right? Which one y'all want to do? Whoever Ezekiel it is then. Ezekiel it is. Zeke, huh? Everybody want to do Ezekiel. That Romans 12 is cold too, though. Man, first time I went into Romans 12, I came out of there with a name. I knew what my name was going to be. The Maverick, ain't it? The Maverick, the bronze one, huh? Okay, Ezekiel 20. Let's go. Right? From the top it says, and it came to pass in the 7th year, in the 5th month, right? The 10th day of the month, that certain of the elders of Israel came to inquire of the Lord and sat before me. 2. Then came the word of the Lord unto me, saying, 3, Son of man, speak unto the elders of Israel, and say unto them, Thus saith the Lord, Are ye come to inquire of me? As I live, saith the Lord, I will not be inquired of by you. 4, Wilt thou judge them, Son of man? Wilt thou judge them? Cause them to know the abominations of their fathers. 5, And say unto them, Thus saith the Lord God, in the day when I chose Israel, I lifted up mine hand unto the seed of the house of Jacob, and made myself known unto them in the land of Egypt. When I lifted up mine hand unto them, saying, I am the Lord your God. Right? 6, In the day that I lifted up mine hand unto them to bring them forth out of the land of Egypt into the land that I had espied, right, for them, flowing with milk and honey, which is the glory of all lands. Right? Espied means he sent spies. 7, Then said I unto them, Cast ye away every man the abominations of his eyes. And that's what he has us to do, ain't it? When he links with us and when we step to him, we got to give some stuff up, y'all. We got to sacrifice some things we like to do and things like that. And that's what we're doing again. We're stepping to him again, right? We broke off from all of the places we came out of, and he's going to purify us before we can step to him. And he take us in, you know. And so it's some things that got to be done before we can, you know, be on the level that you want to be on. Reading on. And defile not yourselves with the idols of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. Right? So, we're coming out of something. And it's a lot of that something still on us. Residues. He want all that off. We got to shake that off. Right? And it's going to be perfect timing. By the time we ready, he going to be ready. We're going to look around. It's going to be the beautiful life that we want. Right? But don't be weak and don't be no sucker and don't go crawling back to these places that you came from that sent you running off in the first place because they don't care. Right? They was lacking love, and that's why you winded up where you winded up anyway, because of a lack, right? And then it gets even worse when you go back, because then they get really cocky. They like, oh, you back, you know? But reading on. 8, But they rebelled against me and would not hearken unto me. They did not, every man cast away the abominations of their eyes. Neither did they forsake the idols of Egypt, right? Idols. That's what's going on in these other places. They have idols. They have things that they love more than they love the Most High. And that's a great big no-no, right? Once you do that, where's the respect? There is none. Oh, it's going down the drain after that. Man, the Most High got to govern us, you know? And when we pull out this word on each other and tell each other, like, look, man, check this out. You rolling over on this, brother, right? Man, that's going to have to whip us right into shape, y'all. I don't care who it is. I don't care how respected, how high, right? That's why I don't want no ranks and things like that, right? Your personality and how you lead things. There you go. There he is. Our personality and how we lead things. That's automatic, right? Who the leaders are in the nation are going to be the leaders, right? Automatically. You know, that ain't nothing that got to be placed. The Most High chooses leaders, right? Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them to accomplish my anger against them in the midst, right, of the land of Egypt. 9, but I wrought for my name's sake, that it should not be polluted before the heathen, among whom they were, in whose sight I made myself known unto them, in bringing them forth out of the land of Egypt. Verse 10, wherefore I caused them to go forth out of the land of Egypt and brought them into the wilderness. Don't he always do that? He separates us for a while, y'all, right? Takes you somewhere where nobody else is at. And that's kind of how he got us right now, right? In the wilderness, in the wild, in the abandoned areas. We got to spend some time out there. What did Christ do when things was getting thick? He disappeared out into that desert, didn't he? For 40 days and 40 nights. Con? Here's the kicker right here. And I gave 11, and I gave them my statutes and shewed them my judgments, right? Which, if a man do, he shall even live in them. That means so much, fam. Man, I don't know if y'all understand, but you're about to understand right now. You're going to understand right now. Let's break this down by spot. And I gave them my statutes. What is a statute? That's detail. That's very deep detail, right? I could tell you, just do this and not explain and let you fight with that, right? And that's even love. Figure it out. Figure out what I mean. I told you what I meant, right? I told you what to do. I told you in one sentence, do this, right? And then if I say that, I'm not going to get mad if you don't know. Nah, I want you to scramble around and find your way, right? A statute is not a law. A law is the whole thing as one, right? One compiled unit. Con? Statutes are the separate laws, separate laws, each and every solitary one, right? I gave them my statutes. That means I taught y'all. I jumped in there with you, and I told you exactly what I wanted, and that's what the law is, right? And when you look at it, man, you gotta know it's stopping you from rolling over on the heavens and your fellow men in the earth, okay? And yourself. You're a fellow man in the earth, ain't you? Yeah, so it protects the personal too, right? But I gave them my statutes, right? And shewed them my judgments. What is his judgment? His decisions, y'all. He didn't do that with anybody else in the earth. Nobody knew what God liked and didn't like, right? He only showed Israel that, right? Nobody knew what his decisions were, how he made up his mind on things. That's what a judgment is. It's a decision, right? And in doing that, he pulled us up under close to him, right? Which, if a man do, so if we listen to all of those little statutes and that teaching that he gave us and his letting us in on his decisions, and right, if we do those things, then what? He shall even live in them. And that's the prize, to live in them. Because that does what? That makes everything available to us. Everything that's his becomes ours, right? If we're ironclad with the Father like that, right? Oh man, Judith 5, right? Judith chapter 5, you know, where they were scared, to bother us. They ain't scared now. Man, they walking all over us now, right? What you say, boy? You know, they on us like that now. But in Judith 5, they were scared. No, leave them alone. Or else that God gonna find out, you know, we was even thinking a way toward them, and we'll all get fried. So leave them alone. Let's wait till they start sinning. What is sinning? Rolling over on each other. That's what Christ meant when he said divided, right? A house divided, ain't it? Now that brings context to why he said that, right? A house divided against itself cannot stand. Soon as we started sinning, which was turning on each other, we was able to get taken down, right? Amos 3:3. Can two walk together lest they be agreed? Off top. Absolutely. Right? But he shall even live in them, family. Yikes. And that's all we want. Right? And this is what brings me here to this chapter. Going into verse 12 is why we came here. Moreover, also I gave them my Sabbaths, which is today Shabbat Shalom, ain't it? Who plays with that? Ask yourself that. Ask yourself who would want to play with that. Not us. We're staying home. We're going to keep this thing right. And guess who we would be if we did that? The only people doing it. The only people, y'all. There is nobody else, no other denomination, nowhere that is honoring this Sabbath correctly. Because the people they were set up by taught them to break it. Everybody. Everybody. Nobody is honoring this Sabbath right here. This is how we would know who the Father's true children are. They would honor this Sabbath, and they're not going to play with it. Right? Remember, the Sabbath means don't put nothing else over the top of it. Don't plan over the Sabbath. Remember how important the Sabbath is between me and you. That's why this thing we got going here, baby, this is different right here. This ain't like nothing else that's out there. And I know so many people has said that, right? To where it gets redundant, you know, and it's like, oh, another person talking this and that. But we're not going to do a lot of talking like that. We're jumping off. And then once we get rolling how we need to be rolling, you ain't going to hear it no more. Right? But we are, as Ataka's name says, humble law keepers. Right? Humble because we ain't about ourselves when it's time to give an excuse. Humble is no excuses. Zip that lip and do what you supposed to do, right? Humble, law keepers. We're going to do it, okay? Okay? And yeah, we're going to honor the Sabbath. That's the Sabbath is very, very important among us. We're going to go in our house. We're going to close the door, right? And let no burden go in or out. Con? The way they doing it in this book. The way they doing it in the book of Acts. Right? Kept 35 times in the book of Acts. And all that and all that. Right? Sabbath keepers, y'all. And that's gonna make us different than anything and anyone. We come together on another day. We come together on Sunday. Wasn't nothing wrong with coming together on Sunday. Right? Come together on Sunday. That's family day anyway. Right? We kind of kept that up. Everybody knows Sunday is family day. You wake up, you make sure your house is clean, you do your laundry and stuff like that on that day, and then you get everybody together and y'all go to the park or something, and you know, the whole family goes and do something as one, you know. And I say Sunday because, man, that's, you know, shout out to the people who got the weekend off, you know. I was thinking of Thursday, something like that, any other day of the week, but you know, a lot of people work on those days, you know. So, and they end up resting on the Sabbath, or resting. They end up resting on a Sunday anyway, right? They got to go to work Monday, you know. So, yeah, that's what time it is, y'all, and that's who we are in the earth. And just that alone, that's taking a step toward the Father that He is gonna appreciate. He gonna appreciate that, y'all. And He gonna show us. He's gonna show us that He appreciates that, right? And then that's done. We give Him the Sabbath, He honor us, and that part's done. And then guess what else? We're gonna do something else. And the more we give Him, more He gonna give us. And we just doing this. We hit Him, He hit us. We hit Him, right? That's what I did as an individual, right? That's what I did as an individual. And then he start putting stuff on me. And then he start telling me to leave my church. And I was like, man, all of this love I done built up, man, nah, I can't do that. That can't be what he telling me, right? And then he kind of made that real in the earth. Like, yes, that's what I want you to do. And I would be laying with my wife and we'd be relaxing and she'll come. my wife would say, my wife would say stuff and it might as well been him on the other pillow, right? And my wife will tell you she was on board, man. And I hadn't even told her what was going on with me. And she came and she would come out more than once, twice, few times. Why don't you just do your thing, baby? You know? You think I'm leaving this church, right? She'll tell you, right? Uh and when she seen I wasn't trying to do it, then she went and jumped on and went all in. She went all in deep to the church, right? And then I would be wanting to keep my Sabbath, like, baby, I don't want to go. And then she would just, oh, she had, her friends there and things. And man, I want to go. She went a few times without me, then go ahead then, because my ankles are not uncrossing for me to go out that door. Because the Most High would just put that on me some weeks. You better not go out that door. And I'll be like, yes, Father. No words spoken, but just a thought. I will feel it in here, You don't go, And I would listen. And a few times she didn't took the kids and they went to church. But yeah, my wife knew what was up, and the Most High would speak to me through her, you know, and but we here now. But yeah, I built that up with the Father like that to the point where when we ran into something that I wouldn't do, he was like, "Oh no, oh no," right? And I felt little blessings go out the window, little ways he would communicate, because the Father will communicate with you every second of every day if you got it like that with him, right? And anything you think of, it'll just fall into place for you, you know? I will pull up in front of the grocery store and just have a thought like, man, I want to park waiting for me right in the front of the door. And I'll pull up and it be there. And I just swing into that spot, right? And I'll look around and cars will be waiting for parks all over the place, right? I swing right in the front. Whoo, right? That's how tight I had it with the Father, right? Nothing went outside of my way. Everything went my way. Everything, right? Before I could even think it. I set it on going up, right? Give me what I need before I could pray. You know? I would see something and say, I'm going to pray about that tonight. I wouldn't even get the chance to. He was right there, you know? And you can't get it like that, you know? You can get it like that. I wasn't special. That's the Most High. He's all of our Father, right? But yeah, when you have a son like that and he tell you no and y'all tight like that, Like, what? What you mean you not gonna do it, right? And that's kind of like what happened with us. You know, I was in such a good standing with him that when I wouldn't jump off of that boat, oh man, that church was the world to me, right? That church was dang near tall as him, right? And he had to show me, like, listen, ain't nothing tall as me, brother, you know, or son. They way, what? Let me show you where they at compared to me. And that's what happened to me, fam. 5 years. 5 years I was hard headed. And he pulled me up out of here. Right? And he just sent me on a quick voyage full of his spirit, right? Way out there. Way far out there, right? And just floating around and just feeling good and just pulled me in, pulled me into the bottom porch real quick and let me see, let me lay an eye on my seat, right? I saw the seat, right? I saw where you sit down at. I seen that, right? And man, after that, who argues after that? You know? Yeah, I got it together and I bounced. But and now we here. And this is it, y'all. This one, this one shuts it down, right? It's over with. We ain't gonna go long. I hope you're not scared to die. Why else? Why else would he set you up with a brother that died before? Because we're all getting ready to do that, fam. Right? And you could take off running, but where you running to? Where are you running to? Nowhere you can run. You're gonna die. Okay? We're all gonna die. As we sit over here and talk this righteousness, they're getting closer and closer to shooting nukes. Okay? So we are on a time schedule. Okay? We gotta really, right? Ain't never been no game to me. I came in this truth to get right and die. Right? That's what it's time to do. But the beautiful thing about that is that if they shoot a nuke, y'all, we ain't gonna feel that. You ain't gonna feel that. You gonna hear the noise, right? You might have your eyes open long enough to see glass do like this. And then you gonna be, right? And oh man, that there. When you do it, y'all, you're gonna be like, man, why did I live so long? You're gonna be mad, like, man. You know, you should have took me a long time ago, Father. Cause man, this ain't nothing, man. This existence right here, that's why babies cry so hard. And that's why babies cry so much, because they don't want to be here. They like, man, why I gotta be here? You know? And there's some things in this earth that you could give them and shut them up, but it's short-lived, ain't it? First little thing to go wrong, right? They don't want to be here because they remember a better feeling. They remember a better place. And another thing, when you hug them, you take them and you hug them and you spin them and you rock them, right? And you cool them. So it's okay. Don't worry about it. Oh, right? Because that's a lot how it feels like being in that realm. And it's like we're not touching, but it feels like we are, right? it feels like we're touching. So a hug on the earth, it feels a lot like being in that place, that warm embrace, and just the feeling of like you're hugging somebody that actually really loves you, right? Man, we feel so alone without that hug, right? Yes, yes, yes. And that's a lot like being outside of here. Con. But yeah, we're close. We're close to the end, y'all. And that's why all of this is happening. And that's why the Father is revealing what he's revealing. In the sapphire, he showed us heaven, y'all. He showed us how we chill, you know, in the sky, way up there, right? This is ground floor. The sky where the clouds is at, that's one. Where the airplanes go, I don't know if you ever been on an airplane, but when you first take off, you're looking at the ground, right? And you get high up over that. You get high up over that ground, right? And everything gets real small to where you don't even know what you're looking at anymore. It just looked like a grid, you know? And then guess what? You do that again. You go through the clouds, and then the clouds become the floor, right? And now you up high over the clouds like you was over the ground before, right? But them clouds be way down there, right? That's the second heaven. You in the second one, right? And then imagine when you're in the third one from that. That's like when you go into darkness, right? But you can still see, the stuff up under you, you know? But you go into that darkness. And then you get into the dark realms. And now you're going somewhere, right? But yes, yes, yes. Hold on. What Kasai is saying. Seriously, I look forward to hearing the most highest word from our messenger, our Ak. Your brother, all praises to the most high. You know, yeah, the message is here already though. You know, the message is a done deal. We got it. And I gave it to y'all. You got it. You don't need me no more. We just kind of hanging out going forward, right? Yeah, but it's gonna be a lot more that comes out. I can't say that. I can't say that. But I'm humble for real though, And I don't do that fake humility crap. I'm really a humble guy, and I don't want anybody to ever feel like they are locked to me. No, I ain't got nothing special. What I had special, I came back and I gave it to you. And you don't need me going forward. You get your 9 right, and then you got your mind right, ain't it? Yes, yes, yes. Our core doctrine is Galatians 5, 1 Corinthians chapter 13. You do that, and you're gonna be all right. You don't need me no more, right? But yeah, we got secrets of heaven, y'all. We got secrets of heaven, and that's only because we are very close to the end. And we got to bring forth Mama. We got to bring forth the Holy Spirit. Go out there and seek and search high and low. and show me somebody else talking like this, who will tell you that Christ left saying he was going to send the comforter back. And then Luke 7:35, she is justified of who? Us, her children. Right? And it's on us to materialize her in this earth. That's the greater work that Christ said we would do. Con? Yes, yes, yes. The fruit of her is important to us. And that's what they're not talking about out there. They don't even know that those fruit of the Spirit are her. Those 9 fruits, that's mama, y'all. So, as we bring this forth, y'all, and they refuse us, guess what they're doing? They're blaspheming against the Holy Spirit. If Luke 7:35, we are the children that justify her, right? We bring her, they refuse her. And they're blaspheming against her because what you're saying? You're saying the 9 ain't what we're saying, her children who justify her? You're saying that what we're saying the 9 is not? And any soul in this earth should be able to look at that and identify with what we're saying. Love, joy, peace, long-suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, and temperance, right? They should be able to look at that and look at the world, and they know their own heart and how their own heart feel and all of that. There is no question. So when they call us liars, they blaspheme against her. You see that? When they refuse to jump on this 9, and that's why I told them, all of you guys, pick up the 9. You don't have to come among us, but you got to pick up these 9. I bet you do. Or else, guess who you become? A blasphemer of the Holy Spirit. Why else do you think that is in this book? Why else do you think it's in there? Because you think you're going to start seeing some people walking around saying, I blaspheme against the Holy Spirit. I blaspheme against. You're never going to see that. No, this is how they're going to do that, right? When they refuse us and they refuse what we're talking about. And that's how I know who we are. And when I realized that, and then I realized how we got the doctrine by everything that happened to me, I said, wow. Wow. And then I start feeling back close to the sapphire. Because remember, I've been telling y'all, I knew everything in that realm. But when I got back here, I brought some stuff back with me, but it's a lot of stuff that's gone, right? A lot of that stuff is gone, y'all. But I still feel it, right? And it still jumps out here and there. It still jumps out. But when I noticed that, when that came to my realization, I look back over my whole life and I was able to tie my entire life to it. And you guys too, right? Some of y'all are going through some real tough times. Some of y'all ain't got no family no more, right? Some of y'all live alone and everybody's gone and everybody turned their backs, right? Some of y'all, 2 or 3 of y'all, live in your cars, huh, right? Let the wife and the kids have a crib, and you sleeping in your car, you know? Mama coming for y'all, man. Mama coming for us, and I was all right, you know. I could have stayed at the gathering of Christ Church forever. I was some guy named Brother Bronze that, man, if you didn't know my face, something was wrong with you, right? Something is wrong with you. And the ones in the congregation that stood with me before is like, you ain't never stood with Bronze before? Like, what? It was a strange thing. I could have been that guy forever. I didn't need no position. I didn't need to be the lead elder. I didn't need to be nothing more special than what I was. I could have done that forever, y'all. Kind of like how Moses was. He didn't have to strike out with the Israelites, right? He didn't have to do that. He could have stayed rich, the rich son of the Pharaoh, right? But we love the Most High so much, forget that. We out. We out. And that has always, I came into the truth like that. When I picked up God, I was spoiling my family members with stuff, because I had kind of came up, I have found my way. I'm not proud of what I was doing, but man, whatever I thought about, I could get up and just go get it, you know. I let all of that crash for the Most High. I let all of that crash for what? A Bible. And that was all I needed, and yeah, even that was different, y'all. But listen though, right? Ezekiel 20:12 said, moreover, I gave them my Sabbaths. And I'm ready to let everything go for that Sabbath, just like I did coming into the truth. Leaving that game alone that I was in, right? Yes. Walking away from that church to come do this with y'all. I didn't know who was going to listen. That elder over there said he ain't going to have nothing but about 10 people with him. Right? And so much for that. So much for that, Richard. Right? No. But let's read on. Back at Ezekiel 20:12. Moreover, I gave them my Sabbaths. You think he's ready for that to mean nothing, y'all? You think he's ready for that to okay. Yeah, I gave him my Sabbaths, but never mind. No, that's still what's making us his children. Let's keep on reading. Moreover, also I gave them my Sabbaths, comma. What's in the next comma? To be a sign between me and them. Period. What is a sign? This is a sign. That's a sign. So when he stamped his Sabbath on Israel, boop, it was like this stamping itself on this shirt that Ricardo designed right here, right? Now this shirt becomes this kind of shirt, right? That's a sign. And guess what? Every denomination, every church, every camp, they're not stamped with this Sabbath. We're jumping up talking about doing that. Guess what that makes us? Like this shirt, this is the most high. Boom, Sabbath, right? And we're going to keep it right and we're going to honor it the way this book says to honor it. Con? Sabbath rolls around. What do they do? Oh, we got grace. You could do good on the Sabbath and all of that. Yeah, he set y'all up with that. He seen who was going to lean on that. Because you don't have a lot of that. You have maybe 2, 3, 4 occurrences talking like that in the entire New Testament. How much do you have him pumping this Sabbath in this book? It's in the book of Acts 85 times alone, and that's just in the book of Acts. Kept 85 times in the book of Acts, right? Defended with their lives in the book of Maccabees. Okay? Are you guys starting to understand who we are and what we came to do? And what we come to do, y'all. Oh, we ain't playing. We are the ones who come to shut the earth down. Right? And they running around out there acting like they supposed to be mad at me or something like that. Man, it's looking ugly for y'all. It's looking ugly for them out there, fam. It's looking ugly. And one day, they're going to tie it to us. One day they're going to say, because they on the downslope now. But once they get down there, it's going to dawn on them one day, man. This all started when I started doing bronze like that. Why? Because we are of him. Moreover, also, I gave them my Sabbaths to be a sign between me and them, right? That they might know that I am the Lord that sanctified them. If you ain't wearing this Sabbath, then guess what? He's not your Lord. And guess what else? There's another layer that goes on top of it. He did not sanctify you. To sanctify means he made you holy. So yeah, Just as there's people and there's a little bitty cluster of holy people, yeah, there's a whole bunch of churches. And then there's only one itty bitty little holy church separated, right? Shout out to everybody else who pick it up. Some of y'all are very smart. Some people are very smart and they're listening and they're not among us and they don't ever plan to come among us. But they know how to hear something good and say, okay, yeah, we're incorporating that. Right? Shout out to y'all. Do your thing. We'll meet up. We'll meet on the other side. You are brethren. You ever need us? Call us. Right? But we got to learn how to read this Bible. Because ain't nothing. That's kind of like the 1 Corinthians chapter 13 of Sabbath scriptures, right? Moreover, also, I gave them my Sabbaths to be a sign between me and them, that they might know that I am Ahia, right? The Lord that sanctify them. Okay, Father, I heard you. I heard you, Father, and I ain't letting nothing nowhere. I don't care what it say. I ain't letting it mean more than that to me, right? Con. You know? Verse 13, but the house of Israel rebelled against me, right? That was us. Now let's start talking about everybody else here, the way Paul would, right? He showed the church themselves, and then he would show them everybody else. And he said often he would do this. So you got to draw a clear line between yourself and everybody else. Not to boast, but to teach. It shows you what's the best way to learn. Examples. So we're giving an example. You got to show yay and you got to show nay. And then the people go forward knowing, right? So, you know, we're not the bragging type, you know. And you know, if there was any other way to say it, then we would be saying it that way. But no, nothing hits the spot like the examples that natural earth give you, right? Because you better believe if they could hide, they would be hiding. They didn't know to hide. So here they are. They got their neck out here, right? And then we raise up and we open this book and your neck is out there, buddy. You've been representing this for how long? And you're out there. And we're going to show you here. This book shows you. So this is us here. Moreover, also I gave them my Sabbaths. That's us. To be a sign between me and them. That's us. We're not making the excuses, right? We're not pulling out the 3-4 scriptures out of the New Testament. Nah, we're gonna keep all of the ones in the Old Testament, all of the ones in the New Testament, like the 85 times that it's in Acts. We know how to assess that. But see, when you really want to do something else, that's all you need is a few excuses, a few reasons, right, to go do that. No, we're not the ones who leaning on that. Reading on, that they might know that I am the Lord. Yes, he is our Lord, right? That does what? That sanctify them, right? With what? With this Sabbath. That's us. Now let's get in to when you're on the outside of us, right? And this is what everybody else has done. Far as you could stretch them, this is what they saying, right? But the house of Israel rebelled against me in the wilderness, right? They walked not in my statutes. They despised my judgments. Because see, the Most High, when he give us a statute, he made a decision on that first. I bet you they ain't even thought about that. They ain't thought about that the Most High thought this out and came to a conclusion with this and gave us this Sabbath and said everything he said about this Sabbath. They don't even think about that. All they think about is what? We want to come together. We want to go to church. We want to fellowship. We want to go out this door and spend all day on this freeway. That's what we want to do. Right? They only thought about what they want to do. They don't think about him and his judgments, right? Which if a man do, he shall even live in them. If you do them, you got to live in them. You can't just say you do it and not live in it. Now, if you ask any one of them, they're going to claim to be a law keeper and a Sabbath keeper, and they all in the Christian's face talking crazy about keeping the Sabbath. You don't keep it either, right? But they so caught up in their hypocrisy, they don't even see that they're no better than that Christian. But they getting into it for the sake of getting into it, because they're not children of mama. They like to quarrel. And that's not what we're coming to do. Right? We're coming to be friends with them Christians. Right? Matter of fact, we're Christians. You know? We follow Christ. We are the original Christians. They don't get that name. You guys don't get to take that. Right? The first Christians were Israelites in Christ. Right? And when we went up north and they laid eyes on us, they called us Christians. Because of what? Our skin color, y'all. You know, we'll go into that, or just pull up my Christian song. Excuse me, our Christian song. Because none of this belongs to me. But pull up that Christian joint, right? Acts 13:1. Absolutely. You know, and let's read on. You can't just say it, man. You got to do it. Which if a man do, he shall even live in them, right? And my Sabbaths, they greatly polluted. My Sabbaths, they greatly polluted, y'all. What does the world think that means? He's talking to you, man, and he's pouring his heart out in the same way they don't hear me when I pour my heart out. Because their ears is closed and their mind is somewhere else, or else they got this dirty heart that got trigger words. As soon as they hear them, their ears shut and they just like done, right? Their mind is already made up on you before they even see you coming. So when they see you coming, the sight of you, before you even start talking, they're irritated. Why? What do they lack? Right? y'all better fix y'all hearts out there, right? What is that? Religious. That's religious folk, man. I'm caught up in this. I ain't hearing nothing outside of that. I don't care if what you're talking about is better. Right? And that's how, a Christian is. And that's the cultish religious mind state. If something is better for you, you better be jumping onto that something better, right? You are not obligated to keep doing something that pigeonholes you from elevating, right? And no, I'm not talking about marriage. Marriage, you take those vows, right? Sickness or in health, right? Rich or poor, sickness and health, to death do us part, right? But you didn't take no oath like that for just regular old everyday things, like a church home, right? That church is not your marriage, con. So nah, you don't owe them that. They gotta be in line with you and your warships, or else you have every right to go striking out of there. No, I don't want to worship my God the way you guys here worship whoever you believe God is. No, I love my God more than that. I want to belong to him better than this. Peace, right? And that's what he expects you to do. When you don't do that, now you in trouble with him. And now he says, okay, fine. And he turns his back on you. And now you, guess who? Guess who has become the most high to you? The leaders of that cult. And that's exactly what happened in this earth. That's exactly what happened in this earth out there, fam. Everywhere. Everywhere. Name it. Right? Because guys don't know how to handle power. Right? That power went to their head and blew their head up like helium, right? And now they became warden over the flock instead of shepherd. Right? And that happened everywhere out there. And we read that in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verses 9 and forward. Right? He gave them over to that, to believe that lie. So guess what? Guess who became the most high to you? Your cult leaders. And guess what? He's going to do exactly what a cult leader would do. He starts stepping on your toes, to where you can't disguise it now. You can't mistake it for nothing else now. And that's what's going on out there. And guess what the Most High said he gonna do? Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them. Right? The Most High gets mad. Ask me how I know. He got mad at me when I wouldn't leave. But the difference between me and others is that he was like, you? He was like, nah, you coming up out of there. If I gotta pull you into this heaven, you coming. Father was like, nah, right? But yeah, glory be unto his holy name, right? Right? Then I said I would pour out my fury, not his spirit, his fury, okay, upon them in the wilderness, right? To consume them, to kill them. And that's what happened, right? The old, they died off, y'all. It took 40 years. They died off, and then Joshua led the Israelites into the land of Canaan, which became Israel, right? 14, but I wrought for my name's sake that it should not be polluted before the heathen. Don't let the heathen see you doing this, right? In whose sight I brought them out. So he requires that before he bring you out, before he lets you loose from any captivity, he wants you to choose. And he wants the heathens that you are leaving to know that you feel like, hey, I'm going with my God and you can't stop me. He wants that declared, right? It's important to him. In your face, yeah, I'm out of here. Going with my Father. See ya. Wouldn't want to be you. Swing your back like that, right? Out of there. Out of there. I have chosen, right? 15. Yet also I lifted up my hand unto them in the wilderness, that I might not bring them into the land which I had given them, flowing with milk and honey, which is the glory of all lands. I sought out all of my lands that I created. I gave you the best one. I gave you the best one. That's how he does it, y'all. That's how he does us. So, shout out to everybody who hear us acknowledge that and then they count it as a boast. Why are you counting yourself on the other side of that? If you can't say that where you are, right? Why make yourself an enemy of that? And if you're making a decision against that, then why be mad about a decision that you're making? You're making that decision. How you gonna be mad at me about your decision? Yeah, man, but it's just, it's just you. I don't like you, Bronze. Okay. You know? So be happy then. Sound confused to me. If you're making a decision, be happy with your decision. Right? If you want to turn your back on who the Most High is and where you know He's at, which I prove, right? Without even trying to do it, I'm just reading this book. It's what this book says. If the book says it, it must want me to repeat it, right? And it wants me to use the examples that we all have. You have the same example. You have the same examples in the earth that I'm looking at, right? 16, because they despised my judgments. Who are you? Do you despise his judgments? Are you going with his judgments? I'm with his judgment. I am here, right? They are going with his judgments. Guess what? And walk not in my statutes, but pollute my Sabbaths. He's saying it again. He's mad about that. Think about that. He's saying this back to back. That's the third time he said that, fam. You played with that? You played with that, right? For their heart went after their idols. So whatever is having you make the decision against that is an idol. Make no mistake. It is indeed an idol. Right? 17. Nevertheless, mine eye spared them from destroying them. Right? So he hadn't destroyed them yet, but it just told us up there that eventually he did. Yeah, he's very long suffering. He takes a lot of crap off of us before, when he's finally done, man, he's done. He's done. Reading on, neither do I make an end of them in the wilderness, right? 18, but I said unto their children in the wilderness, walk ye in my statutes of your fathers, or walk not in the statutes of your fathers, neither observe their judgments. Don't make the same mistakes that they made, right? Nor defile yourselves with their idols. Whatever it was, that they went after, right? That had them deciding against me. Don't make that same decision. Huh? 19, I am the Lord your God. Walk in my statutes and keep my judgments and do them. That still goes today, fam. That still goes today. Okay? Con? Verse 20, and hallow my Sabbaths. What does it mean to hallow? Bless it, sanctify it, make it holy, right? Consecrate it, sanctify it, right? Hold it near and dear to your heart. So, when and where does it say to not honor it anymore? You're not going to find it. You're going to find an incident. You're going to find an incident where it's like, okay, be here or be there. And it's like, okay, go ahead and be there. Yeah, it's the Sabbath. Go ahead, be there. You'll make it up, right? Don't worry about it. Right? Go ahead, get your camel out the ditch, right? That's your valuable camel. It fell in the ditch. Go ahead. You know, let a little sweat bead up on your forehead trying to get your camel out the ditch, right? But where has it ever said, okay, this Sabbath, never mind it. Go ahead and write it off every Sabbath, right? Take it Sabbath after Sabbath after Sabbath for years and years, right? And just do what you want on it. We got grace. You ain't gonna find that nowhere, fam. And guess what that did? It made a clear depiction between them and the people that verse 20 and 12 is talking about, which is us. Con, that part, huh? Yes, yes, yes. That's what it means to hallow my Sabbath. That's what we're going to do. We're hallowing the Sabbath, right? And they shall be a sign between me and them. Whoever the Most High's children are, that's how you could tell who they are. It's because they keep the Sabbath. They keep a nice tight Sabbath, right? That ye may know that I am the Lord your God. That's how we know whose God he is. Because they gonna hallow these Sabbaths, right? Shout out my brother Roshan Judah is in the building. Shalom, Akshabah Shalom. Right? 21. Notwithstanding, the children rebelled against me. Con? Sabbath keeper or die. That's right. Sabbath keeper or you gon' die. Right? Oh, okay. Yes, yes, yes. Ain't it? They walked not in my statute, neither kept my judgments to do them. Which, if a man do, he shall do what? Even live in them. In order for you to live any kind of way, you have to be alive. You can't die. And we talk about that over here. Life is forever, y'all. Death doesn't threaten life. If you have death threatening your life, then you're not in life yet. You have what is called a shot at life, right? You ain't in life yet. You better cruise on some thicker ice, because he shall even live in them, right? He's talking about life forever, right? They polluted my Sabbaths. Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them to accomplish my anger against them in the wilderness. 22. Nevertheless, I drew mine hand and wrought for my name's sake, that it should not be polluted in the sight of the heathen, in whose sight I brought them forth. It's all for the heathens, y'all. Shout out to y'all with that crazy heathen talk. If he chooses us, he's choosing us for a reason. He's choosing us to show the other nations who he didn't choose. He's choosing us to show them something. So, who are they for him to show them anything? If they're worthless to him, he wouldn't care. Right? So, yes, they mean something to him, and they are who he's after. The ones he didn't even create after his name. Ain't it? He has plans for them. He locking us down right now. After that, it spreads. I've been talking about this, but you don't have no book on this, because the book we have is on this earth, and the one directly after it. It talks a little bit about the one after it, right? A little bit. It don't even talk much about the one after this. What we're reading is mainly the book of this earth. It gives us a little bit on the earth after that. But what about the one after that? I could feel that one, y'all. When I left here, I knew there would be a lot of worlds. Okay? I knew that. This ain't all the fun that they're going to have. They're going to have a lot. They're just getting started. This earth ain't nothing. This is like, this earth is like the test run, man. We ain't even getting into it yet. So that's why I was telling you, man, don't get caught up in this one. This ain't nothing. This is only the test run, right? So yeah. Con. So let's lead the Gentiles well. That's who he's going to count, y'all. That's who he's going to count. A good servant. Right? And disperse them through the countries. Wait a minute, let's get verse 23. I lifted up mine hand unto them also in the wilderness, that I would scatter them among the heathen, right? And disperse them through the countries. Did he not do that? And that's where we are now. We're scattered throughout these countries among these heathen. And they're still looking at us. They're still looking at us to show them the way, right? So when you talk about how wicked they are, blame yourself. They're looking at you, right? So that's what time it is now. We show them how to serve our God. We don't just lead and dance and, and in sports and, the same way you see us leading like that, we supposed to be leading in the Most High like that. But see, we done forgot about the Most High. We done dropped him off at the wayside. And that's why everything is a struggle for us. And that's why we ain't as blessed as we could be. That's why he's not taking their foot off of our neck, because we're not representing him. We're falling under their influence. So, long as you fall under their influence, you will have their foot on your neck. Now, if you start hollering for your father, that's when that's going to start changing. And that's who we are. We're coming to do that, right? We're yelling past the heathen, and we're yelling into that sky. We're yelling past the foot that's on our neck, right? You yelling at the foot on your neck, and the man that got his foot on your neck, you talking to him. You're trying to show him something. You're in a battle with him. And this and blah, blah, and that's right. And man, yell at a higher. Father, please, okay. Okay, we'll get right. We'll do this. We'll do this right. Father, we'll do this your way. That's who you yell at, right? How do you do that? Well, right here, he's talking about being mad about breaking his Sabbath, okay? Which is Saturday, the main day you go out there on the corner and that's right, right? We can do good on the Sabbath, right? Yeah, you keep doing good on the Sabbath then, okay? And let's see your situation get better, okay? But that's who we are, and we're coming to bring mama. We're coming to bring love, joy, peace, long suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, and temperance, right? We're coming to bring the 9. So that's already off the top. That's already a better attitude, right? That's a whole different mentality, a whole different way of dealing off the top, you know, to where it feels good to be among people like that. Okay? Period. Look at what we're bringing and look where it's coming from. Look how it had to be required, you know, in these last days. That's who we are, fam. So, fill up with this and go be this everywhere you be, in that grocery store, you know. Smile at these folks. Make them fire off in their mind and say, man, that guy's different right there. That sister's different, right? It don't take a lot to do that, you know? Don't take a lot to do that. Don't cost much, right? Go out there and be courteous and kind and be willing to even dig down in your pocket and solidify it, you know? Because that's what nobody is doing out there. It's time to go down in their pocket. Oh, see you later. But don't let that get in your way. Go down in your pocket if you got to, right? That's the only language they understand, you know, because there's a lot of people need help out there. Don't let me be in no line and somebody's short a couple dollars or something. You know, if they take too long in that coin purse, man, just go ahead, just take your stuff. Don't even worry about this bill. I got this, right? Oh, really, sir? Cashier. Oh, really, sir? Yes. Yes. Go ahead. Ain't nothing. $35. Go ahead. If you're in a coin purse, let me get this. Okay? Go ahead. I holler. Right? And they know you ain't gonna holler because there's no there's no contact, right? So it's like, see you later. You know, you got that going on. That's who we are in the earth, fam. Right? And that's game. You know, so the naysayers are gonna hear this, and they the main ones gonna be doing it. They gonna be in the store tomorrow. I heard Brian say this, right? So all praise to the Most High. When Mama hit the earth, man, she just hits the earth, and that's just all that's to it. You can't deny it, and that's why you can't get yourself into trouble being a blasphemer of her. And that's the option that we're coming to hand them in the earth. What are you gonna do? You with Mama or are you a blasphemer? Which one you coming to be? Right? That's how you know where the true power is at out of the heavens. Because it's gonna draw a line in your life. And that's what the Father gave us, fam. That's what the Father gave us, man. Right? And they wasn't thinking about this, or else you would have heard them preaching it. No, this is brand new. It's brand new, fam. So, yeah, let's keep on reading this, right? Nevertheless, I drew mine hand and wrought for my name's sake, that it should not be polluted in the sight of the heathen, right? It's what it's always been about, the heathen. That's why he's gearing you up to send you after them. And you're saying you're not going to go after them, right? You're saying they're spittle and you're making them kiss boots and stuff, you know? In whose sight I brought them forth. He brought you forth in their sight. How you going to say they don't matter and he brought you forth in their sight? He was using you as a tool for them to draw them back, right? He ended up using them as a tool to draw you back. Now you mad at them. You see that? Oh man, Israel is so hard-headed, man. Well, that's changing right now because the ideology and the mind, the wisdom, who is that? Who is the wisdom, y'all? Who is the wisdom? Mama, the Kakama Waf. She's here now. And guess who she's justified by? Her children. Us. Right? Yes, yes, yes. 23, I lifted up mine hand unto them in the wilderness that I would scatter them among the heathens and disperse them through the countries. 24, because they had not executed my judgment. You didn't do what I told you to do, right? But had despised my statutes and had polluted my Sabbaths again, y'all. What make you think today he's playing with this Sabbath? Today. And their eyes were after their father's idols. So, going after the other shiny thing ain't new either. The fathers way back then did that. Wherefore I gave them also my statutes that were not good, and judgments whereby they should not live. Told y'all not to do this. I told you not to do this to me already. Right? Told your fathers this. You see that? 26. And I polluted them in their own gifts, in that they caused to pass through the fire. All the openeth the womb. All that openeth the womb. So, he's talking about when we went after, guess who? Yahweh. That was that calf's name, right? When we went off, and yes, we did make a lot of artifacts and a whole bunch of things. We went after the heathens. The stuff we didn't make up. It was already some people on this. And that's why you call on the Tetragrammaton today. That's their God. And that's why you did the things that you were doing, because it was the things that they were doing. We wasn't into throwing our babies on no burning hot golden calf, okay? They were taught that. Same way we are today. It's no different. Today is, oh, we got to have a good Christmas, right? You teaching your babies Christmas. You leaving out milk and cookies, that's an offering, right? And then you're a liar, because when the kids are asleep, you go out and you get the cookies and you pour out the milk, right? You leave the milk half drinking. You crumble up some crumbs off the cookies. Oh, see, look, Santa came and got the cookies and milk. You're a liar, right? That's passing your kids, your children through the fire, right? Yeah, that's what that is. Right? That I might make them desolate. So he hit y'all, and he's going to hit you again. It just keeps repeating himself. It just keeps repeating itself over and over again. We've been into many captivities, and we're in another one now. He brings us out the same way every time, too. There's some things we have to get an understanding on before he delivers us out of any captivity, man. First of all, an attitude has to come with it, a certain way of dealing, a certain way of thinking. You know, a whole ideology, man. A whole ideology comes with it. You ain't gonna get out doing the same things you've always done. So here we are. Uh, you hear us talking something different, and you so religious that you can't even receive it, right? Somebody is in here talking about Jesus is the most high God. Go listen to my song called The Most High and come back. Go listen to that. It's about 20 minutes long, something like that. We should still be here when you get back. Go listen to that and then come back. All right? All praise it to the Most High. If you're saying that Jesus is the Most High, I know for a fact that you don't know Jesus. Okay? Keep studying, brother. No, I'm already edifying him, Kassad. I'm already in the middle of something. Right? He come blurting stuff out, you know. Another time for you. Uh, right? Plant vineyards. Plant vineyards 144 at Gmail. Well, I'm considering you may not know the scriptures, my friend. It ain't just my song, it has scriptures on it. Maybe you haven't heard those scriptures. And if those scriptures don't mean anything to you, then what can I say to you? Right? But you have a blessed Sabbath, sir, if you do it, and that's if you do keep it. Right? Let him be as rude as he want to be, Kassad. It's all good. He's a heckler. He's coming over here. He's trying to interfere with what's coming out. And we're not going to let that happen. He's the problem right here. With this kind of person that the Most High is talking about right here, he has that kind of heart that's being spoken of here, right? As we read these scriptures, it kind of comes to mind like, man, who would do that? Like, what kind of person would do this? What kind of person is the Most High talking about? That guy right there, right? That type, you know? But all praise to the Most High for him. You know, I pray he gets some edification around here. You know, I pray he gets some edification somewhere, and that it be upon the Most High to bring that man's heart to repentance. And we do love you, brother. We don't got nothing against you. We're not angry with you. We don't share the kind of feelings with you that you share with us. All right? We love you. We wish nothing but the best for you. You know, and all praises to the Most High. Okay, so 25. Wherefore I gave them also my statutes, which were not good, and judgments whereby they should not live. Right? And I polluted them in their own gifts, and that they caused to pass through the fire all that openeth the womb, that I might make them desolate. Right? So see, the Father does that, fam. The Father he's claiming all of this right now. Right? He's taking claim to this. The Father is telling us, I did this to these people. So he did this, y'all. Isaiah 45:7. Ain't it? To the end that they might know that I am the Lord. Right? Told you what you were going to do, and then you did it. Right? 27. Therefore, Son of Man, speak unto the house of Israel, and say unto them, Thus saith the Lord God, yet in this your fathers have blasphemed me. Okay? It's a blessing for him to let us know that. Because for a long time, he didn't even let us know what we did wrong. You know, I was born and raised in the ghetto. And I spent my whole life looking around like, what is going on? Right? My man 3 Cent, man, way back in the days, 93-ish, you know, we had a song called Why Do We Die the Way We Do? Huh? And we just talked about all of the stuff that we were seeing on the streets and stuff, you know. And man, we've been asking these questions. We looked at that ghetto and we knew something wasn't right, you know. And we was babies singing those songs, man. You know, I just talked to my brother yesterday too, man. I just, you know, we was chopping it up yesterday. And man, praise the Most High. But that's kind of why I thought about that song. But yeah, we've been asking these questions. His children, they knew what was up. They looked around and they knew something wasn't right. And we needed answers. I needed answers. So, you know, my first time hearing Deuteronomy 28 from beginning to end, I shed tears because I knew that was us. You couldn't tell me it wasn't. You know, my mama shed tears when I read it to her. Right? Real talk. Say unto them, Thus saith the Lord God, yet in this your fathers have blasphemed me, in that they have committed a trespass against me. So it's like you look at the earth and it's like, man, y'all ain't tired. You ain't tired of trespassing against the Father yet? Man. And it becomes pretty clear that, okay, You was just meant to just catch his full wrath, right? And this is the last straw. Mama. Why? Because she's coming in love, joy, peace, long suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, y'all. She's not coming big bad, ready to argue and fight it out, right? Ready to throw insults too, try to get in a race of who can hurt each other the worst. Mama don't do none of that. She's gentle. She's coming gentle, y'all. And temperance. That's the last one. Temperance. She knows how to act. That's what temperance is. You don't have a temper. So you spit. Oh, man. Yikes. Still focused. We back at it. Right? In character of Christ. Still. After wiping the spit. Bang! You bomb. Oh, okay. All right. All right. Yeah, you stole on me. Okay. Back at it. Still humility. Right? Man, they trying to take our head off. And you see how Christ was? Till he died, he was praying for them. Never showed them no aggression. And that's how we're coming. So, at the end of this, when they have done all of that to this, that's blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, fam. That's blasphemy of the 9. Ain't it? It's blasphemy of the 9, y'all. Ain't nothing else to talk about. But guess what? The ones with the heart left, they're going to latch on the way they were supposed to. They're going to see mama, and that's what they needed. You know what? I do want this. I want this bad enough. Yes, I'm hurt. Yes, this world have done me wrong. And I've been running around aggressive so I don't get hurt no more. But I see what you're talking about, and this is gentle, and this is kind, right? And this is charity. This is for me. This is coming to me, right? And it's willing to take me from wherever I'm at and build me up. Who would blaspheme against that, fam? And when you do blaspheme against it, that's it. Ain't nothing else to talk about. And that's who we are, fam. And that's who we're presenting. Right? But, you know, for my guy, my Jesus guy, he's pulling out Isaiah 6:9. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, right? And the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, right? You know what the Mighty God mean? Because that's why he pulled it. To say that Christ is the Most High. No, he's the mouth on the face. And we would love to have you among us learning that, my brother. He is the Word. Okay? He is the mouth on the Godhead. Okay? The mighty God means he is a strong power, which he is. He is the mouth that God, the Most High, created everything through. The Most High spoke words to create everything he made. The word is Christ. Come get that teaching, my brother. We talk about it every time I hit this button. Go back through there, go back through them videos. You didn't have to approach the way you approached and all of that, But I understand. If you're approaching like that, then it's because you don't know yet that that's the wrong way to lead out here. Or maybe you've been listening and we offended you here somehow. We do apologize, brother, for offending you, but let's start back at square one and build ourselves up correctly, my brother. We're not against you. We're willing to, hear you out and deal with you on whatever level that, you're coming on. But if you'll listen to us, we promise to listen to you, my brother. Right? And what you can do is hit me here and I'll walk with you. Show you why I believe everything I believe and say everything that I say. And it's simple too. I don't far fetch. I don't make the book say things it's not saying or none of that. You'll agree. You'll agree with where I take you to. But right now, right, we on this Ezekiel 20 and 28. And he says, for when I had brought them into the land, for the which I lifted up mine hand to give it to them, they that saw every high hill and all the all the thick trees, right? And they offered there their sacrifices, and there they presented the provocation of their offerings, right? There also they made their sweet savor and poured out their drink offerings, right? Yes, yes, yes. 29. Then I said unto them, what is this high place whereunto ye go? And the name whereof is the Bama unto this day, right? What that thing that you're doing, what are you doing? It's not to me, right? Did I ever tell you to do that for me? Is what he's asking them. So no, you've had your ears somewhere else, listening somewhere else to worship another way, right? When I gave you my judgments, right? My judgments, which are my decisions. And when I was talking to you about my decisions, I didn't talk about none of that, right? So what is going on, saith the Father, right? Verse 30, wherefore saith the house of Israel, thus saith the Lord God, ye are polluted after the manner of your fathers, right? And commit ye whoredom after their abominations, right? And it's the same way today, fam. It's not hard. Bama is another god. It's another god, Cashapp. Baal, right? That's who our problems was with. Baal is a whole bunch of gods and ideologies that fall under it. It's every way that the devil tries to trick us, right? He is Baal. Beelzebub, right? Same guy. And he was like, like he had a bag of ninja stars and he was just throwing them. And every time he threw one, it was another god. But all of them are, guess who? Baal. That's why Hosea 2:16 say, you shall call me no more Baali, right? In that day, you shall call me Ishi. You shall call me by what my name is. And you will stop calling me all of these names of them other gods that he was just throwing out like cards, right? Choop, 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 choop. He throwing their names change, right? But they're all Baal. They're all Baali. Con. For when ye offer your gifts, when ye make your sons to pass through the fire, ye pollute yourselves with all your idols, right? Even unto this day. And guess what? Still unto this day. When you see people doing something outside of what the Most High told us to do, it's because they have something more important over there. They hear him loud and clear. They ain't no dumber than me and you are. But this other stuff, y'all, this other stuff is just more important to them. And, they kind of want to juggle it. They want the Most High too. And they really be stuck in between two hard places, right? And the Most High don't fault us for that. You know what he faults us for? Letting them other ones win. We're coming new into this faith, into this awakening. And, you do that. It takes some juggling till you figure out what's going on with the Most High. And then you stop juggling. You let one fall, right? You let him fall. Now all you got is the Most High. And then you take the Most High with both hands, right? And that's who he's looking for. Who's going to denounce all and come with me, right? And that's who we are. And that's what we're doing right now. We're coming to him pure with no fight. And we got to walk out of a lot of things in order to do that. No matter what it is, it ain't going to hold us back from him. Right? Yes, yes, yes. And that's what's going on right now. And that's what everybody needs to do. Right? We're not asking you to come with us, but get wherever you need to go to serve the Most High and him alone properly. Anything that's coming in the way of that, man. Don't let nothing come in between you and your God, right? And this is what we're talking about here. This is what they did, right? They got caught up with the heathens and they start worshiping like the heathens. And soon enough, the Most High was missing, period. You can only serve one God. You can't serve two. Because everything you do is making the other one mad. You have to choose, right? How do you choose? Principalities, principles, right? Rules. You listen, right? If I'm sitting here with a brother of my enemy and you're sitting there listening to us both, and I'm saying, love your brother, and he's saying, hate your brother, and then the talk is over and you go out that door, we're watching you. What is he going to do? And then you go out there, what you going to do? You're going to love your brother or hate your brother. That's how we know who you chose, by what you go do, right? If we see you out there loving your brother, the devil goes, oh, man, right? He loses. Con? But ye pollute ye yourselves all, with all of your idols, with all of these other things you allowed to be to come in between you and the Most High, even unto this day, and shall I be inquired of by you, right? So that's why he said that in the beginning of this chapter. That's why you can't come talk to me and I don't want to hear nothing that you got to say. It sounded harsh when he said it, but now we know the reason why he said that, right? No, he's not mean. Our Father is not mean, y'all. He created you and gave you goodness, right? You wake up every day and enjoy something. There's something that has you happy that you're alive, right? O house of Israel, as I live, saith the Lord God, I will not be inquired of by you. Nah, you can't talk to me. Con 32. And that which cometh into your mind shall not be at all. The whole way you think, buddy, right? The whole way you reason with yourself is of the wicked one, he's saying, right? Reading on. That ye say, we will be as the heathen, huh? As the families of the countries, to serve wood and stone, right? Wood is the cross. The stone, that's the Muslims, right? Now they walk in circles around that cobblestone, right? There's a lot of other religions too. Shout out to y'all with them crystals and all of that. Those are stones, y'all. You're serving stones. Put that stuff down, right? Wood and stone. But that's all that was going on back then. But today, you can apply it to so much stuff, y'all. And it all boils down to whatever you use to disobey the Most High, that's your idol, okay? That is your false God, whatever it is, right? Debauchery, porn, right? Drugs, money, right? Power. Some people are hooked on just power. They'll put that before God. Huh? Yes, yes, yes. Yes, they will. Power, y'all. Money, filthy lucre. They putting that stuff before the Most High. It's a lot of things you put before him. Food, you know? When they said, oh no, I ain't giving up my pork. I ain't giving up my shrimp. My shrimp scampi. I gotta give, oh, I'm sorry, I can't serve that God y'all talking about. I'm going to Red Lobster this weekend, right? Now it's anything. Anything, y'all. You have made that thing an idol unto yourself. Right? 33. As I live, saith the Lord God, surely with a mighty hand and with a stretched out arm, with a mighty hand and with a stretched out arm, right? And with fury poured out, will I rule over you. And he sends men. He's not getting off his throne and coming into the earth to crush you. He's going to make you regret your existence, and that's what he did. And that's how you got the ghetto. And that's how you got all of these captivities we went into and all these atrocities you hear about. Everything that they was doing to them slaves on them boats, right? That's how all of that came about. And you would think today they would stop playing, but they back caught up in the earth again. They back mad at somebody named Brother Bronze who ain't nobody coming from the bottom, right? They're willing to demonstrate fury to show me something, right? Man, you dealing with the Most High. Huh? You dealing with the Most High, fam. Bigger than me and you and anything that's going on in this earth. You need to latch back onto them, right? Latch back onto the Most High, His Son Christ, and the Holy Spirit, man. You know? Yes, yes, yes. He's going to tell us how He ruled over us, right? How He stretched out with a mighty hand and stretched out His arm, right? And showed His fury and ruled over us how? Verse 34, it's going to tell us how. And I will bring you out from the people, right? And will gather you out of the countries wherein ye are scattered, right? With a mighty hand and with a stretched out arm and with fury poured out, right? 35, and I will bring you into the wilderness of the people, right? Back into the wilderness again. This is after all of that tribulation, right? But when He bring us out there, that's when He really gets even. Because when He cuts you off, then you're gone forever, y'all. Ain't no coming back after that, right? 35, and I will bring you into the wilderness of the people, right? Of the people. So the wilderness is of the people. When He say the people, He's talking about heathens, y'all. So He's going to bring us into the wilderness of the heathen. And will gather you out of all the countries wherein ye are scattered with a mighty hand and with a stretched out arm, right? And with the fury poured out. 35, and I will bring you into the wilderness of the people, and therefore will I plead with you face to face. How do you think He's pleading? You think He's begging? It's not that kind of plead, right? Let's keep reading. Like as I pleaded with your fathers in the wilderness and of the land of Egypt. And we know they didn't make it, right? That's what kind of pleading He talking about. If we don't hear, He gonna cut us off, right? So will I plead with you, saith the Lord God. 37, and I will cause you to pass under the rod, right? What is the rod? Passing under the rod is ain't no more grace. You back under the law. Ain't no more, right? So y'all done used y'all whole existence to just say, we're under grace, we're under grace, we're under grace. You ain't gonna know how to keep no Sabbath because you wasn't practicing that. You made your fellowship day on the day you're supposed to be learning the Sabbath, right? You ain't gonna know how to do this when you get here because we're so hard-headed. We're going to get even out there. We're going to get out there and say we're under grace, knowing we're not. Well, maybe if I just do it this one time, he'll understand. And he's telling you, nah, back under the rod. I will cause you to pass under the rod, and I will bring you into the bond of the covenant, right? Shawal, Yisrael, right? Send me an email, man, and talk to me. And let me know what's up, right? Right. 38. And I will purge out from among you the rebels. That's them. They're going to think they can do what they want to do out there. And he going to purge them out. Right? They're going to seal themselves as waysiders, man. It's going to be over. He going to throw them down the garbage chute as soon as they do what they want to do out there. Right? And them that transgress against me, I will bring them, right, forth out of the country where they sojourn. That's what we're doing right now. We are sojourners, right? We are the only people who are sojourning right now, and it's not by choice. We woke up like this, right? It took us a while to figure out, hey, man, we ain't at home, right? And they shall not enter into the land of Israel. And ye shall know that I am the Lord, your God, right? 39. As for you, O house of Israel, thus saith the Lord God, go ye, serve ye every one his idols, right? Go ahead, serve your little false gods, right? And hereafter also, if ye will not hearken unto me, right? If you won't listen to me, right? And you won't do the law that I gave you, fine. Go have your false idols then. And man, he's saying that today. But it ends a certain way. Let's keep reading. But pollute ye my holy name no more with your gifts. Stop saying that you serve me then. Serve your idols, right? And with your idols it ends. 40. For in mine holy mountain, right? In the mountain of the height of Israel, saith the Lord God, there shall all the house of Israel, all of them in the land, serve me. So, if you want to go serve something else that you know ain't him, how do you know who you're serving? What is a sign? A symbol, right? A stamp. Bank. And what is that sign? Bank. The Sabbath. Sabbath, 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 right? That's how he brands all of his children. Sabbath, Sabbath. And you're not doing that, right? So you're not one of his children. He's not talking to you, right? You're the one serving the idol. What is the idol? I don't know. You tell me. What did you put above this Sabbath? That's your idol. Okay? Whatever reason you say, oh, we want to do this. Oh, we have to go there. Idol. That's all I hear. It sounds good, but at the end of it, guess what? Idol. Okay? Idol. Idolatry. Okay? You're putting something before what God said. Okay? There will I accept them, and there will I require your offerings and the first fruits of your oblations with all your holy things. Right? So, what is that today? That's everything we give him in the name of following him, right? Everything we give up, that's a sacrifice, fam. Right? Glory be to the Most High. Right? 41. And I will accept you with your sweet savor when I bring you out from the people, right? And gather you out of the countries wherein ye have been scattered. And I will be sanctified in you before the heathen, right? So when he pull us out from among the heathen and we choose and he get rid of the rebels, what he's really after is the people who stand after the rebels are gone. Oh, can you see how he loved them and why he loves them so much? He wants to floss, and he's done it, right? Have you considered my servant Job? Job is out there putting it down. Have you looked at Job? Because the devil came bragging, yeah, I got all your children breaking all, doing all the, well, yeah. What about Job? Right? He did that about me and you. If you're here with us, if you were cleared free and available to jump on this when you heard it, oh, he showed you favor, fam. You know? Have you considered my servant Ricardo Gonzalez? Right? Have you considered Mark AZ? Have you considered Kassad? Right? Have you considered Mark in Sacramento? Have you considered the brethren? Huh? Oh, man, man, man. Right? Oh, he wants to floss. And that's how he's going to do. That's why he getting rid of the rebels. Because y'all that's going to bust me up, you busters, get out the way. Y'all that's choosing this other junk, get out the way. Let me put the cream of my crop up, right? And that's why we're going through everything we going through. And that's why he's not mad at you after you struggle with some stuff, because you're being burned out from the inside out, from your soul is being burned out, right? Oh, that pain of letting something go. And then you finally, after who knows how long, the harder the struggle, the better. Because that means he's taking a good child of the devil away, right? Oh, you done burnt up. Oh, and then you finally in the end, you just, okay, I'm done with it. And you cut it off and you showed up, here I am, Father, right? And you rejoiced and you cried and you jumped up and down because it felt so good to finally just be free with the Father the way you always wanted to be after all of those strongholds, right? Oh, he's rejoicing over you harder than the ones who it was just cold turkey. Oh yeah. Oh, that's what God wants. Oh, let's go. Right? He was like, all praises. Okay, you come on. And he sat you over there. But man, you'd have to, you fought through it. Oh, and then you finally, you threw it over your back. Get off of me. Man, he's rejoicing hard over you. Right? And that's what he loves to do. You think he worried about throwing you that temptation? right? Temptation is sweet, he says, right? Sweet temptation. Oh, love it, because that's the fight. And that's what makes you mean something to the Father, right? Right? And I will be sanctified in you before the heathen. Because the heathen had all the influence, man. All the influence in the earth. Don't do this. Don't do that. And they're talking what they're talking. We're going to take this away. We're going to do you like this. We're going to lock you up like that. We're going to persecute you like this in court. Right? We're going to do all of these things to you. He uses a bunch of things. Right? He uses a bunch of junk to solidify who he is and to drive a wedge in between you and your Father. So, man, when the Father wins and through much struggle, oh, he appreciates that, right? And he gonna put you up. Oh, man, we become angels, y'all. If you've been following with us, then you know. Israel becomes angels, y'all. We're not gonna live in the next earth as regular people. Hey, hey, be quiet. Stop doing all that yelling in here. You know better. If you want to go outside, then go outside. Stop doing all that yelling in here. She knows better than that, right? And ye shall know that I am the Lord, right? When I shall bring you into the land of Israel, into the country, right? For the which I lifted up mine hand to give it to your fathers, right? He shows us a place, y'all. And we know by that he is who he is. Because I knew, you know, when I was floating at that sapphire and I looked up and I was, oh, let me get it real quick. When I looked up, y'all, and I was floating at that, there was no doubt in my mind that God was God and that he was who he had always said he was a billion times in this book, right? When I looked up, y'all, and I was going at that, and I knew that it was that love that was drawing me. I was looking at it, okay? Man, I couldn't wait to see what was pulling me. And this thing was like a magnet, y'all, and it's love. It's the strongest ever feeling of love, y'all. And I knew without a doubt, man, the Most High was all up in this. I didn't lay my eyes on him, but trust me, I laid my eyes on him, okay? He explains a lot who he is through places, right? So that struck me away when I read that part right there, right? Because he does that by a place. He could explain who he is, right? And ye shall know that I am the Lord, when I shall bring you into the land of Israel, into the country for which, right, I lifted up mine hand to give it to your fathers. 43. And there shall ye remember your ways, right, and all your doings, wherein ye have been defiled. We're telling them now that you guys got to get these 9. And they could play with us. But when we get right here, this is what he's going to show them, fam. We're going to be home. We've been living in that. You see the favor that he has shewed unto us? We're going to be, this is going to be us. We're living the way we've been living. Holy Spirit, we ain't fighting with this. We're at home. We're going to be the ones partying, right? Them drums going to be going. You know what I'm saying? With that fire, how it is at Tabernacles, the big fire in the middle, a whole bunch of little individual fires and a big one in the middle. Cool. Tents, whole bunch of little tents everywhere where we live, and then a big old tent where that's us, y'all. We the ones partying out there. We already know how to eat and everything. We're not the ones that they're catching behind the bushes with rats and stuff, you know? Man, we out there living it up, y'all. Yikes. That's us, y'all. Because we're getting on that right now. You see what he's trying to do? So it's some people looking at me a certain way when I'm talking about kill your meat right or don't eat it. Okay? When I'm talking about starch is not ours. Anything with starch, the Most High did not make it. When I'm talking about anything with chemicals in it, anything with this stuff in it that you can't pronounce, which most of it, if you spin it around, it's going to be some in that ingredients, and you don't know what that is. And we know what a lot of stuff is, right? We know what everything is. We know what's a fruit or a vegetable or what's something natural. So you shouldn't spin your package around. You shouldn't be eating nothing out of a package in the first place. But if you must spin a package around and look at it, man, it shouldn't be no 15-letter word on there with a bunch of X's in it that you don't know what that is. That's a chemical, fam. And guess what? It's shutting down one of your senses. It's making them lesser and lesser and lesser. I bet you any kind of money, you just take, let's say 2 weeks, and just make sure everything you eat come out the ground and not a package, okay? If you just take 1 day and eat purple potatoes, right? Purple sweet potatoes, right? Onions, things like this, celery, you know, produce, you know what I'm saying? Cauliflower and broccoli, they say, are hybrids. But even if you eat those, ain't no chemicals in them, right? Just start with that. You know, start with that. Quinoa, chickpeas, lentils. Eat a bunch of stuff like that every day. Something new. Eggplant, right? Make an eggplant, chop it up in slices, slice them like they're lasagna noodles. Thin slice like that, and make you a lasagna with that. with eggplants instead of noodles. Put your sauce in there, you know, your little ricotta cheese, put your little stuff in there, some cottage cheese up in there, right? Bake that, make it like you would make a lasagna, and eat that. Oh man, delicious. Skip the garlic bread, keep that out of it. Tell me how you feel after 14 days. Watch all of the stuff that come back. I know it sounds harsh when I talk like this, but when you feel that, when you feel how you feel, fam, you're going to see what I was talking about. And you're going to see, okay, Bronze is my friend. He wasn't trying to be mean to me. He wasn't boasting in his diet, and he wasn't, you know, it's going to come clear to you, right? You're going to be walking somewhere, and I guarantee you, you're going to go up on your hands. You haven't felt like doing that since you were a kid, huh? You forgot you like to do that. Guess what? You're going to walk on your hands. Your feet on your shoes going to be in the air. You're going to be walking on your hands. You just going to walk in the store like that. Right? That stuff is missing from our life. And we didn't just bombarded ourselves with all of these chemicals and stuff, you know? Lost all our energy, lost all our thinking power. We so dumbed down, right? And then they gave us a phone. Now we really like, right? But when you start eating fruit and vegetables, you pull yourself away from who that person is. Every day you get further away from who that person is. And you get back into somebody that's like, remember when you used to walk out when you was like 8 years old and they be playing football in the street and you walk out your house and before your screen could slam, you was running. Right? You're going to want to do that again, fam. It's too much energy. It's like, you have to do something, right? I be feeling like turning a cartwheel, right? It's just too much energy to just walk regular, right? You have to do something, right? Me and my kids, we was jogging through the grocery store. Everybody know what they need to grab, but we jogging through the grocery store. Bang, I got that. Bang, got this. Bang, it was on me to get that. Bang. Jordan, get the blah blah. You know, JoJo, get the such and such. Right? Jogging through the grocery store. When you watch Cooley High, remember how they ran everywhere they went? Cochise and them, right? Everywhere they went, they ran. You know, jogging down the street. What y'all running for? Oh, this is just how we get around, right? And that's what he had to dumb down. And he was willing to do that to the whole earth just so that he could do that to Judah. You know? He really just wanted to do that to us, to the 12 tribes, right? To Issachar, to Reuben, to, you know, to Ephraim. But he can't just come out and say that, right? So yeah, the whole world suffers behind us and what we going through. The whole world is suffering because of that. So, man, we coming to get them too. They're going to be happy too when we rise, when this love rise, right? But yeah, get your energy back, get your thinking power back and all of that. Just give it 2 weeks. Just give it 2 weeks and then tell me how you feel. I'm putting you on that You know, I know you might not want to do it, and I know most people ain't gonna do it, but if I could get one or two of y'all to just commit, not this Sabbath, but the next Sabbath, see how you feel when you get that junk out your system, right? And you're going to see all of what they took from you. How? By food. They fed it to you. You know what kind of advantage you have when the food that people eat has to come out of your store. If you want to get something in their bloodstream, where you going to put it at? In your store. Yes, yes, yes. Go to your local farmer and shop with him. Right? Back to verse 43, right? And there shall ye remember your ways, right? And all your doings, wherein ye have been defiled. Defiled, y'all. And that's a defilement, this diet, right? That's him putting us on that. That's not me, right? And ye shall loathe yourselves in your own sight for all your evils that ye have committed. You know what it is to loathe? That's to hate yourself, right? That's the shame that he's talking about in Ezekiel chapter 39, right? 44, and ye shall know that I am the Lord when I have wrought with you for my name's sake, right? When I have wrought, I was mad at you and made you do things, right? Why? Because of who I am, and that's what you was playing with. We was playing with who the Most High is, and he had to put the smash down like this, right? Not according to your wicked ways, nor according to your corrupt doings, O ye house of Israel, saith the Lord. 45. Moreover, the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, 46, Son of man, set thy face toward the south, and drop thy word toward the south, right? And prophesy against the forest of the south field. 47, and say to the forest of the south, hear the word of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord God, behold, I will kindle a fire in thee, and it shall devour every green tree in thee, right? And every dry tree, the flaming flame shall not be quenched, and all faces from the south to the north shall be burned therein. 48, and all flesh shall see that I, the Lord, have kindled it, right? It shall not be quenched. And we've been dealing with a lot of that in the States, ain't it? These big old fires. California for sure, right? 49, then said I, he just dropped his name. He dropped that Hebrew in there. Lord God, they said of me, does he not speak parables? Yeah, he speak parables. And he speak literal. Right? You're going to be able to tie it to things in the earth, and it's going to be metaphorical. Con? Dropped his name in there, though. What do? You point at him, right? And also, what is this? Number one. That symbol is the ah. That's the number one, right? It's not like English. You got the number one, and then you could spell it O-N-E. You know, nah. You just got that ah, and then you got the akkad, and that's how you spell it out. But that ah is on there. What's next? Ba, right? Who is two? The Son. You put that N on there, and it becomes bond, right? Abba, right? Yeah, and all that and all that. But oh, where's the Holy Spirit? She's included in that ah, right? We're only counting them in, you know. But make no mistake, Mama shuts this earth down. You're gonna know who she is. You're not gonna call her no man when we're done. You're gonna know she's not no man. You're gonna know that we need her. She is the reason why we so rough cut around these edges and there's no mercy in the earth. And that's because we needed to make a clear depiction when she steps in this earth through her children and she starts doing her nurturing. And everybody who refuse her, they're the blasphemers. And they're gonna be the ones out here slaying each other. And when they slay one of us, it don't do nothing. They're not doing nothing to us, right? We loving where we wake up at, right? And we're gonna be waiting for them when they pass over and get on that side. We're gonna be behind Christ like this, right? Christ just gonna be looking at them like, and they just gonna stumble into us and just, right? Yeah, that's who you was playing with in the earth, buddy. Y'all understand how powerful you are. Understand who you are, right? And we're in this book. We're in this book. But our scriptures are probably gonna go in the next earth. Those people who shut the last earth down. Oh, man. That's big, fam. It's just as big as the people who started it, and just as big as the people who kept it riding through the middle. We the ones who take us up out of here. We the ones who shut it down. We the ones who end this thing, family. Understand who you are. Stop running around here feeling worthless like everything else is everything and you're nothing. You are very special in this timeline of prophecy, right? And that's why the Father had to separate you from whatever else you had going on, right? It's not with these people that always had everything going, who are operating totally wrong and doing everything wrong and looking a way that this book does not recognize. Oh, they got an excuse for everything. We're not them people, y'all. And the Most High knew that. And what did he say? And what we were reading before, right? I have set aside me 7,000. Because they looking like, man, Father, everything is Baal, Baal, Baal. And he has to, oh, wait a minute, just hold on, I got me 7,000 set aside. They have not bowed down their knee to Baal, nor have they kissed him or his image, right? So don't jump the gun. Don't speak too soon. I got me some in the cut. Okay. I know how things look. I know you're looking at the world, but don't try. I got me some tucked. They're tucked, okay? He always got us tucked, fam. And when we ready to come out, oh man. Uh. When we ready to come out, y'all, we gonna be right in line. You practicing your 9 right now. When your 9 is ready, it's gonna be meeting like this. It's gonna be right time for us to emerge. And we saw him. He wants to show us off. So wait till it's time to show us off. Oh, we're gonna be so charitable. Check it out. We doing it like this, baby, and we doing it like that. Right? We're coming to feed the earth. And you ain't gonna be able to pay us. I don't want that. Just you just take this, right? I've already been paid, right? You know, take that you was gonna give me and go do this with it. You go hand out too, right? And that's what we gonna do. We gonna go pick this earth up with love, joy, peace, long suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, temperance, and all of that, right? With the 9, baby. With the 9, right? Brother that needed help, hit that email address, man. Don't worry. We'll take care of you, whatever you need. Let me know where you're at and what you got going on. And we get you whatever you need, my brother. Right? All praises be unto the Most High. Uh, Yesai still needs about $200, y'all. But y'all got him there. Y'all did that. Right? Matter of fact, let me see. What was it? It was Brandell Kearns. Shout out to y'all, fam. Y'all did that. We got Yesai what he needs. He need about 200 more. Uh, I'm gonna check with him and see if he got it by now. If he don't, throw what you could, right? Nothing is too big, nothing is too small. Of course, what is that? The walk is coming through here. That mean wind, she comes through here. It seems like every time I'm talking that talk and really talking it, it start going crazy around here, right? Real Judah Records. Throw something there if you could. And thanks, family. Y'all did that. We did that, fam. We got it done. Right? I salute y'all. Right? And however that works out, I'll check with Yesai Sunday. And whatever he doesn't have, I'm gonna just go ahead and finish off. Right? Shabbat Shalom, a lot. Good to see you, bruh. The work don't stop till the casket drop. warrior in Christ. That's right. Uh, it's kind of work, you know. It's kind of work, you know. We praise the Most High for it, you know, but we just really being who we are, you know. We really just being who we are. And it's a beautiful thing, man. Mama is on her way and she gonna make everybody feel good. You know, she is all great feelings, you know, and she's gonna hit this earth. She's hitting it now. And it's a lot of people and they're yearning for her in all walks of life, you know, in all walks of life. I get on the internet and people are just hitting a button on their camera and just talking. And they're talking like, I'm sick of this world and how mean it is, basically. And I'm just going to start being this person. I'm going to start, right? Yes, yes, yes. And that's what time it is, you know. Glory be on to the Most High. Rico says, I knew I didn't fit in with the world and I was always called weird, right? Odd and strange. I couldn't connect with anyone, right? Well, the Bible calls that peculiar. It's a peculiar, and we are a peculiar people, right? So when you see these guys, who is that? All right, cool. Come on in. When you see these guys and they're all in the midst, all in the middle of everything, you know, and accepted, and you know, that's like the world, fam. They got that assignment down, you know. And you know what? It's hard to come out of that. It's hard to turn that down and pick another path after this world accepts you. You know, the Father keeps us separated and portioned off for a reason, right? And then it's like, look at him. He's not like us and blah, blah, right? And then that means that they're a part of that great big old multitude that got a humbling coming, right? And guess who they gonna think about? They're gonna think about you, the weird, the weird one, right? It's time for y'all to smile and be a part of something that you can be proud of. You know, it's time for y'all to get nurtured, right? Because that doesn't exist when you drop this flesh. We are one and it's beautiful. There shouldn't be no outcasts in the earth, right? But what the weird, so-called weird people are, they are the people who knew something was wrong with the earth. And with jumping into that and indulging in that and having the greatest time in there, they're like, nah, I don't belong in there, right? What is that? It's not flesh. That's spirit that won't allow you to splash into that and just, yeah, right? That's spiritual, fam. Now, there is another crowd that you're going to see it. Oh, yeah, I could splash into this one, and guess what? It's going to be righteous. You're not going to be weird among us, right? Because we were the ones who spoke to you. We are the ones who came and spoke directly to you. Why? Because that's the one who mama was coming to get and belonged to them from the jump. From the jump. It ain't no coincidence. They don't care about the reason that keeps you separated. They just keep you separated, okay? It's all kind of reasons people got for why I never fit in, and I was like this and I was like that, right? So, and I'm one that was in that in crowd, right? I'm one that was in that in crowd. And I had to come up out of that, okay? I had to come up out of there. I didn't have no choice. Because that was never me. You know? I studied pretty good. And I had, the spirit of mama. I was, and I sung these songs and things like that. And it made people feel like they knew me and like I was a friend or something, And they used to just love to open up. Oh, Brother Bronze, right? I really wasn't that guy. I sung some songs, but man, before that, everybody wasn't trying to gang bang when I started gang banging. That was weird. You know what I'm saying? It was weird to do that. What's up with his pants? What's up with his hair? He think he a girl? You know? Had all of that hair, the long braids and all of that stuff, Pants hanging off, Running through your yard from the police. Wow, grew up wild, Everybody wasn't trying to do that. We was frowned upon. They were scared of us. Right? And then NWA started singing and made everything cute and cool. And then movies and stuff start coming out, and then everybody kind of wanted to be like us. They made it commercialized. So, they could take anything, fam. They could take anything and make it popular and taint it, and mask it and change the dynamic of things. And they're gonna do that to us. We're starting out like this. We're starting out like this, but this is gonna become popular. They're gonna flood this out. That's how they make things mean nothing. They take away the power of it when they're able to do that to it, right? And that's how all of these people, they're gonna be doing this charity and it ain't gonna count for nothing. That's how we have them in our chapter. Let's go to our chapter, matter of fact, and get up out of here. Let's get the golden chapter. That's how they're doing this stuff, and it ain't counting for charity, right? Because it's not coming out of no pure heart, right? 1 Corinthians chapter 13 from the top, though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, right? Everybody's going to do that. Everybody trying to figure out, how to speak fast and with a mouth. That's why I don't talk like that, you know. I talk slow, I take my time, right? Somebody who's talking real fast and just bumping through everything, don't care if you understand it or not, and just blowing through it. That's somebody that's, you know, trying to trick you. They call them fast talkers, right? That's why I talk slow and make sure I get my words out. Make sure you understand, right? What I'm saying and where I'm coming from. Take your time, listen slow. If you're used to people fast talking you, slow down, right? Listen slow. Trust me, you're going to get it better, you know, and that's the problem with the world. Uh, we call it the microwave generation. They in a hurry. Oh, just hurry up. You miss a lot like that, right? Nah, we get in this book and we break it down word for word. Don't miss a comma. Con, get in here and break it down. Though I speak with the tongue of men and of angels and have not charity, I am become a sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. Who becomes a sounding? I am becomes a sounding brass. Okay, you see the Most High's name right there? Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels and have not charity. What charity do? Charity edifieth, right? That's how I am become a, because you're talking so fast and nothing is being grasped, right? Nothing is being caught on to. You might as well be, you know, you might as well be a sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. There's no meaning in what you're saying, right? Slow down and edify, because that's what charity does. Charity cares if you understand what it's saying, right? When charity is lacking, I know I'm talking fast and I know this person don't understand half of what I'm saying, but oh well. They'll go and they'll figure it out later and they'll say, "Oh, that's what he was talking about." Right? They're not charitable. They're not into giving, right? Giving you things. If you catch it, you catch it. If you don't, you don't, right? So they're speaking with the tongue of men and of angels. That means they know how to speak whatever language and Hebrew, you know? If they were Spanish, you know, if they were in the Spanish countries, then they were speaking Spanish and Hebrew. If they were in the States, they were speaking English and Hebrew, right? Wherever they were. One of them languages is Hebrew, the other one is wherever you're at. You're speaking with the tongue of men and of angels, right? Verse 2. And though I have the gift of prophecy. So they know how to do that well. They know how to break down the scriptures, right? And understand all mysteries. They understand a lot. They don't understand all mysteries, but even if they did, right, this is saying, right? And all knowledge. They don't have all knowledge, but they got a lot of it, right? But if you had it all, that don't matter, right? And though I have all faith, if they had all faith, they could do what? So that I could remove a mountain, right? They could move mountains if they had all the faith. They don't have all the faith, and we don't see them moving mountains. But guess what? If they was moving mountains, guess what? And have not charity, I am nothing. You're nothing. You nothing, fam. Right? Yeah, they know how to do all of these things. Right? And that's supposed to make you something in this earth. This is everything that they're looking at and trying to conquer. And they leaving charity on the back burner. They don't know how to do charity. But that's the reason why you're supposed to be doing all of this stuff. But you're doing all of this stuff, but charity ain't important to you, right? Your heart is not charitable. You don't care about helping anybody out with anything. That's not the reason that's driving you, right? Which means you miss the whole purpose, right? And you lacking mama. The reason that you're doing everything you're doing is to serve yourself and not God and not your brother. You see that? You're trying to get notches under your own belt. And now we got to do this for our brother and our sister, y'all. Because our brother and our sister was important enough to us for the Most High to give us a whole law, put a whole law in this earth, right? Our brother and sister is important, y'all. Right? The way he created us, guess what you created? Your children, right? They came out of your body. So do you want to see anybody mistreating them? Guess what? That's how the Father feels when he sees you mistreating one of your brothers or sisters. And the brother and sister might not even be wise enough to know that you're harming them. But God knows. The Most High knows. But think about this. We had a congregation of people whining about how they were getting done. So it was bad enough for them to see that they were getting done away. Right? They were able to identify and say, hey, man, I'm getting done away. And they yelled, you know. They yelped, you know. They said something about it, right? But yeah, the Most High see what we don't see. He know when people dogging us out, even if we don't even know it. But these people knew things wasn't right. Wrong things was happening to them, right? So, man, you got to believe. If you believe in the Father, you got to know that he's going to send a refuge for that. And guess what? It just works so perfectly that he had all of those puzzle pieces set up. He had that whole chessboard set up like that on purpose for mama to come through here and nurture her children, y'all. And that's what this is, right? We love the brethren. We take care of everybody. And we don't leave anybody out. There is no special people over here. There is no favoritism over here. There is no partiality over here, right? There is no dissimulation over here. These are all different names of favoritism, y'all. Treating a certain individual a certain way and treating another individual another kind of way. Nah, man, I'm here to nurture the one that usually don't get it. Right? That's who I want to lift up the most. Whoever is in front of me, I'm going to lift up. But man, it's all praises when I get one of them ones that it really means a lot to. And that's who mama is coming for. The ones who usually don't get it. Right? Yes, yes, yes. Glory be unto the most higher, higher. Yikes. That's who she's coming for, ain't it? 3, and though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, right? Yeah, they can tell you something about that. They've given away a can of beans. They know, it didn't count for charity. Why not? Why didn't it, fam? They did it with the wrong heart. They did it for the wrong purpose and all of that. Right? Yeah. And though I give my body to be burned, you put your body through a lot, but for the wrong reasons. Wrong reasons, fam. Right? It don't mean nothing. It didn't count for nothing. Why? Because you got paid for it already. The reason why you did it, you got paid for that already. Right? And that's what the scriptures mean when they say you've had your reward. You had your reward already. Why are you here before my throne trying to tell me about something that you already got paid for, buddy? You already got paid for that, right? Glory be unto the Most High. Okay? Now it's going to start telling them why, what they lacked. And you're going to be able to tell that this is mama, right? Verse 4, charity suffereth long, right? Can you suffer long? You can't fake that. Oh, when they don't want to be there, when they ain't got no time, when they're above what's before them, oh, it's going to be hard for them to sit there. They can't sit there. They're going to have to interrupt. Listen, I got to go. Okay, this and that, blah, blah, right? Or they're not going to go through nothing for you. Your elder ain't going to jail for you, right? I bet you I would. We're going to be chopping it up in the back of the squad car. Yeah, don't worry about it. We're going to go here. We're going to do this. They're going to let us up out of here. Don't trip. Right? These brothers ain't leaving that glittery life for y'all. They ain't spending a day in jail. You'll see. Oh, no, I'm me and they were them and this and that and blah, blah. And he's going to separate himself from you real quick, right? You're going to see him go that way. You're going to be in the back of that car by yourself, buddy. You better believe it. And what they're going to say, oh, no, I have to take care of the body. Right? That's their excuse for it. They're used to using that excuse for everything that they want to use it for. Oh, no, I had to take care of the body. Nah. The Most High going to take care of the body, okay? What happened to the Most High? Oh, the Most High, he just way in the sky, huh? He's not in the earth, huh? Man, please, right? That's how you're gonna know charity. It suffers long. Let's go through it. Let's get into it, right? Because I'm used to this. Because I suffer long all the time, says Charity. I'm used to suffering long. Nothing's more important to me than what I got going on right now with you. That's the charitable heart, right? And it's kind. It's kind while it's going through it with you. It's not in the back of the squad car with you, like, yeah, if you would have just did this, and if you would have died, we wouldn't even be going through all of this, right? It don't want you to feel guilty. It's just what we got to do. This is just what we got to do. It's part of the life. Let's get it. All the disciples went to jail. Let's get it. Right? Charity, envy, if not, it's not jealous of you. So when you raise up or when you get some favor that they're not getting, right? And that's what happens with these folks. When you get some favor that they don't get, it makes you their enemy. Why? Because they envious. Charity envieth not. Oh yeah, Brother Bronze, yeah, he makes the music. Yeah, that's that's my brother. You know? And then they call. Yeah, Bronze, I was just talking to look, see, look, talk to this guy here, right? Shalom, yeah. This is Bronze, yeah, this is Bronze, and that's how it be, you know, but not oh yeah, Bronze, yeah. You know, and that's how I used to hear about it happening a lot. Like, yeah, brothers wasn't happy, to hear my name, Charity vaunteth not itself. Y'all hear that? Y'all hear how this is describing? It's giving us play by play a person. Watch this. Charity suffereth long. Oh no, I ain't got no time for that. Charity is kind. Oh no, man, it's your problem we going through all of this, man. If it wasn't for you doing this, charity envieth not. Right? Oh, y'all like him, huh? Y'all gonna let him go. Y'all gonna keep me in here, huh? Right? Now he's mad at you. They don't know. He don't know they about to let him go next, but they just took you out the car first. Hey, what's going on here? Hey, right? Why? Why? Because vaunteth not itself, worried about the self through the whole time. The reason why you couldn't suffer long, the reason why you wasn't kind, the reason why you were envious, all of that was because what? You all about yourself. It's about you. You can't see yourself in your brother and your brother in you. No, get off of me. You are you and I'm me, right? And I'm not in you. Heck no, right? When in real life, we're two of the same. We're one, right? We're one. And if you can't do that, how does it end? It's not puffed up. It's because you puffed up. You think you're better than your brother, right? You see that? So when it's like that, you think that spirit there cares? The spirit, the nine, you think the nine identifies with you because you feel like this, but at the same time, you bestow your goods to feed the poor. Why? Why? If you feel like this, why are you giving your goods? Oh, I'm going to do this, right? And I'm going to be all right. I'm just doing this because I want this kingdom. Yeah, that's about you still. You don't even see the people that you're handing your goods to, right? You give your goods to feed the poor. When you're feeding those poor, what is your head thinking? You don't even see faces. You're looking at a blank face. You don't even see their face. I'm just trying to get this kingdom, right? That's how you flunk this. That's how you flunk charity. Where's your true compassion at? They lack that out there, fam. They don't care about you. Because all you got to do is say something they don't like, and everything is out. All bets are off. Soon as you say something they don't like. What? Right? What? You address me as elder when you talk to me. Right? Right? Come on, buddy. Oh, this is painting a picture. Does not behave itself unseemly. What is that? You address yourself, right? You address me, right? That's behaving itself. Everybody around there, when they do that, is going to go, whoa. Everybody on this side going to go, whoa. That's behaving itself unseemly. Seeketh not her own. Why? Because This is my portion. I'm taking this. Right? This is all mine, 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 mine. Mine does not exist in the true charitable heart at all. It ain't mine. It's ours, ours, ours. Who need? And people is just constantly picking. And then at the end of it, you got a little portion of what you had, right? And it's enough for you. Okay, I'll take mine. All right. It's enough just for you. And that's how we supposed to be. Right? We know the parable of the guy who fills his barn up. Guess what? You're not gonna get none of that. That's gonna make the Father call your soul so that a bunch of hungry people could come eat, right? Right? Oh, why set yourself up like that, man? And that's what they doing left and right. Yeah, they gurus in this Bible, but guess what? They learn nothing, y'all. They learn nothing. Okay? Behave itself unseemly, seeketh not her own, is not easily provoked. Why are they easily provoked? Because they ain't got no time. It's an act, right? You know, they putting, they swinging a spoon, but the guy with the soup bowl, bling, 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 he drops his bowl, right? Oh, get ready for him to go off. What are you doing, man? Blah, blah. You're going to see that attitude come out. It's like, yikes, right? It's not easily provoked, y'all. What is that? That's the same thing as the long suffering, right? That's attached to a suffering long, right? To be easily provoked, you ain't got no time. The first thing that goes wrong, you a quick fuse, right? You idiot. What is the matter with you, right? These is my such and such and my blah blahs. You know how much these cost, right? They be mean to them folks. Make sure he don't get another bowl of soup. Get out of here, man. I've been places like that where it's like, ooh, you know? I jump right in the front of there. Hey, don't worry about it, man. Here, take this bowl. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry about him. Just, don't even trip off of him. Matter of fact, here, take 2 bowls. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's that easily provoked right there. Why? Thinketh no evil, because they thinking evil. They don't like you when they looking at you. You know? They hate that they got to serve you the soup. Then why are you serving soup? Because you trying to get it something in it for you, right? You see that? You see that selfishness? That's how you flunk charity, fam. That's how you flunk it. Rejoice not in iniquity. That's what they're doing in that act. You are rejoicing in iniquity, which iniquity you know is wrong. You know it's wrong, but you still rejoice in it. Charity does not. But what does charity rejoice in? In the truth. If it's true, the charity is rejoicing. It is rejoicing in that thing, ain't it? Yes, yes, yes. Verse 7, beareth all things. So, could you say that they bared all things? If they flunked all of that up there, right? They're not long suffering. They're not kind when they have to suffer, right? When tables turn, they're envious. Why? Because they full of themselves and they're puffed up, right? They ready to behave unseemly. They're going to make you pay, right? For wasting their time, right? Seek not her own, is not puffed up. They're failing all of this, right? Guess who charity is? Beareth all things. They made it through all of that with their persona, with their mentality intact, right? With their integrity unblemished, right? That's to bear all things. Put it on my back. I'll carry it. So what? Big deal. It's just what we have to do, right? That's bearing all things, right? And that usually comes when what else is to bear, right? They call it your bear behind, right? If your drawers come off, you're bearing all. Hey, I seen him running down the street. He was bearing all. What that mean? You was naked, right? So yeah, we're not hiders. We don't hide, right? Everything hangs out. But when you do that, they're gonna put stigmas on you, and you're ready to wear that too, right? You're ready to wear the stigma. So shout out to y'all who are willing to wear the stigma, because mama's gonna need you to do that, right? A lot, a whole lot of finger pointing and making fun. A lot of that's gonna come with people getting mad at you because they want to be mean and they want to hurt people, and you're coming and you're patching up the people that they're hurting, right? They're going to automatically recognize you as an enemy for doing that, right? And they're going to come against you a lot. So you're going to have to know how to bear all. Yeah, say what you want about me, but I got people to uplift, right? And that's what this is about, uplifting the world. And that's what everybody has been missing, and that's why so many scriptures is telling us, don't forget the fatherless and the widows, right? Because everybody, the world is going to forget them, and they are where the points are. Those who are taking care of them, those are the people who are worshipers, right? It says religious, but we don't do the religion, right? That ain't what that original word is. When you take it back into the Strongs, into the Greek, it's telling you that that word should be worship and not religion, right? We are not religious. Religious is to be away with men. To worship is to be away with God, right? This ain't religion, right? So, yeah, be ready to bear all, fam, and believe it for all things. Stop telling everybody, nah, it ain't that, it's this, right? Learn how to not disrespect them while at the same time you pitch what you stand for, right? Never slam what they got going, right? Oh no, that's false. That's a lie, blah blah. It don't go like that. It go like this. Nah, it's like, yeah, I hear what you're saying with that. But check this out, you know? And then give your spiel. We don't always have to annihilate what they got going, because then their ears close and they can't hear nothing. You didn't diss what I'm on. Nah. Before you diss what they're on, let them hear what you're on. Because it's common for somebody to hear better and latch on, right? But if you diss first, all they hear is, okay, you're just saying what you're into is better because you want to crush my stuff. That's all they hear, right? So yeah, what you talking about? Yeah, that's cool. I understand the people who feel like that and think like that, but And then you go into you don't always gotta, yeah, that's the devil, nigga, right? Believe all things, family. Give everything the space to be true or false. Yeah, maybe that's right, but this is how I see things, right? Hope it for things. Hope it goes well, right? We don't want to hurt them. We don't want to diss people, right? We hope it goes well. You know, we had the guy come here. Jesus is Lord. Hey, go listen to my song Most High, right? Nah, he didn't want to do that. Okay, well, hang out with us, you know? Try to be gentle with him. Hey, you know, not get out of here and go, why you around here? We don't want you. Or get out. Nah. Stay among us. Learn why we say what we say. You're welcome to hear us out, right? It's because I'm hoping for good. I want him as a friend. Told him I loved him, right? We love you, brother. We are not separated from you, right? You are us. We are you, right? You just, you don't study what we study, but maybe if you come up among us by the love, maybe we could get some of these studies in on you, right? And man, the truth is undefeated. The truth is gonna stand, right? And it's ready to appeal to anybody. Anybody who doesn't see the truth don't want to. It ain't because they can't, it's because they don't want to. Okay? I got all my eggs in this basket, and this is where I'm going to keep them, and I don't care what happens. And that's how they have made up their mind already. So people who made up their mind like that, all praises, even though this book says never to do that, right? Never, never decide before you hear the whole situation. Hear the whole situation first so that you know where you want to be, right? Yes. That's believing all things and hoping all things. And if you know how to do that, guess what you're going to do? You're going to endure all things. They ain't going to be able to get you off of your rock, right? Because there is no fight to have with you. They can't knock you off of your rock if you are the rock, right? You don't try to knock me off my rock, you don't go like this, right? My feet is, I'm strapped. I'm strapped to this rock, which the rock is Christ, right? Oh, we're going to endure all things, baby. Come on. Verse 8, tell me more about charity. Charity never fails. It never fails, y'all. It's always going to work. It's always going to do what it is meant to do. But whether there be prophecies, guess what? Them prophecies that you know how to speak so well. And this is what makes the earth fall at the, oh, he knows how to teach so well, right? Guess what? But whether there be prophecies, they shall fail. They're going to fail. That ain't enough, right? Being a good orator, you got to do more than that, right? Whether there be tongues, that's a part of the tongues. You can't prophesy without no tongue, ain't it? Guess what? Them tongues shall cease, right? Them teeth are going to close for a final time. And they'll never open again, right? The flesh is done. The spirit is gone out of it. Now, where is that spirit at somewhere, right? And it's not going to be able to control where it's going. Ask me how I know, right? You ain't going to be able to go nowhere. You got to go wherever the energy that you served in your life when you drop your flesh, it's going to just pull your soul. Come on. Or like the scripture say, it's going to draw sin like a cart rope. Come on. And it's just reeling you in like a fishing pole, right? That's a cart rope. It's just winding in, right? It's collecting what belongs to it. So that's why this is trying to have us on charity so that we go back. That's Charity right there. That's her name. She has 9 fruits. That's the Holy Spirit, you guys. Right? That's where we want to get reeled to. And I already done it, y'all. I done it once. You know, so I'm gonna know them paths like a mug when I get back up out of here. I've been through here before, right? Ain't gonna be nothing. I'm gonna be in a familiar place, right? And that's if it works like that. Hey, I might go all the way, man. You know, I might go to the wilderness with y'all. You know, that might happen right now in our lifetime. I don't believe all things. Believe all things, ain't it? It could happen today, right? We're in these times, ain't it? Yes, yes, yes. Whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away, fam. That knowledge is gonna vanish. Con, hold up real quick. Hold up real quick. My fault. Right? 9. For we know in part, we know pieces and parts, and we prophesy in part. Man, this is checking us. This one chapter is dealing with us about the whole book. What pieces and parts? The pieces and parts out of this book that you understood. And you know how we are. We grasp something back there in the book of Proverbs, in the book of this, in the book of that, in the book of Job, right? In the book of Deuteronomy, we wrap our mind around something and it becomes everything and the end all, the be all, right? Ha! Right? I know this. Pieces and parts. Right? This chapter is telling you it's everything. Right? It's gonna diss everything. It's gonna diss it, okay? It's gonna diss faith and hope. What's stronger than that? Con? What's stronger than faith and hope? This is that, fam. Con? All praises to the Most High. I know, for we know in part and we prophesy in part. So when you're out there speaking, that's what they're speaking. Pieces and parts, fam. 10. But when that which is perfect is come, we're here, fam. We're here. Then that which is in part shall be done away. And that's how we could just pick all their pieces and parts and just pick them apart, right? And show them what they're missing and showing them where they're not landing at. You still up in the air after all you teach. You ain't landing nothing. What lands it? This right here, charity. That's stronger than everything. You see that? 11, when I was a child, I spake as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child, but when I became a man, I put away childish things. What is that telling you? That all of that other stuff is childish, fam. It's childish. You think it's something and it's not, right? You know, it was made to serve this. If they don't end at a charitable heart, then guess what you're going to do? Lose them. You're going to lose them. When they show up at the throne, yeah, I'm such and such as fruit. Yeah, well, guess what? Where's the charity? What'd you do? What'd you do for anybody else? Guess what you did? You went through your whole life religious, okay? Slamming people down, right? Because what you knew was better. When charity edifies, were you edifying? Yeah, until you got insulted. Now you ready to fight with the person that you was trying to, right? Nah, that ain't the way. What you doing? You're vaunting yourself. They can't diss you, or else it's a problem. But guess what? When they diss me, it's going right through me. There's not a person standing in front of you. You know what's standing in front of you? Words. You don't want those words? Fine. You don't want those words, but you haven't said anything to me, right? I'm nothing. You're not even talking to a person. You're talking to a message, right? Yes, yes, yes. I got nothing to do with nothing. I'm a servant. You know, I'm sent with a message. I might as well be a bird with a note in my mouth, right? You ain't gonna get me out here fighting with you, calling you a punk mother, right? None of that there. You know, "Oh, what you talking about, man? Oh, veins popping out. Oh, what you want to do then? What you want to do? Right? Nah. Mm-mm. Right? Mm-mm. No, no. Right? Verse 12. For now we see through a glass darkly, but then, boom, face to face, right? When you see through a glass darkly, you like, oh, you can't see nothing. You can't really make nothing out. But that face to face is all of a sudden, you just like, boom. Oh, okay, I see. And that's how we are, right? We go through life seeking and searching, and then all of a sudden, bang, we get it face to face. I'm looking at it, and it's looking at me, and nobody is hiding from nobody, right? Nobody is able to hide. I see you, you see me, everybody see everybody for what everybody is. You see that? Now I know in part, but then when? Then when? When you see face to face, right? Then shall I know, even as also what? I am known. That's face to face, right? That's when hypocrisy goes out the window, right? That's when there's no secrets. That's when everybody sees everything for what everything is. That's when you see yourself. That's when you know what your worth is. That's when you know all the tongues you know how to speak, right? All the prophecies you know how to flip, all the understanding you had, right? You know that that means nothing when you get face to face, right? All knowledge, all the faith, bestowing your goods to feed the poor, right? Giving your body to be burned. None of that, right? None of it meant nothing. Why? Because I didn't do anything for anybody else. I was trying to do everything for myself. I didn't even realize I was just doing everything for me. Oh, I'm doing it for you, baby, because you see me shining. Please. Who you playing with? Right? No, you did that for you. What did you do for me? What did you drop in my lap? What did you drop in anybody's lap? Right? Nah, everything is in your lap. Con? Yes, yes, yes. You can't play. You can't play with these people because they're still hungry and you're full. You sitting on top of buns, right? And their stomachs are empty. Your stomach is full and you're sitting on top of buns. Buddy, come down off of your buns and start handing some out, man. Right? How is a whole bunch of people hungry and you sitting on top of a mountain of, roasts? Whatever you're sitting on that you're supposed to be sharing, right? That's why the Most High make us wealthy, because he's like, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? He made you a gatekeeper. You supposed to be right, and you'll see you'll never run out. Every time you turn around to get more, they're gonna be there, right? What is that? Verse 13 is about to tell you. And now abide faith, hope, and charity. But the greatest of these is charity. Greater than hope, okay? Greater than faith. All right? Charity, to be handing it out, buddy, to be feeding the poor. The Most High loves the poor. That's who he's with. And I need to go on and just bring that out, right? And go into that Apocrypha. We can precept in the Apocrypha too. I could jump around the Apocrypha like I jump around the KJV. And we need to just go on and do that, because the precepts in the little red book are cold. Okay, they weren't playing in that book. That book is not, it's not trying to be around about as the KJV is, right? That KJV is good, it's to teach with. But the Apocrypha is for understanding, and that's why they try to hide it, man. But the greatest of these is charity, fam. Where your charity at? I don't ask you that to prove anything to me. But to you, that's for you to know and for you to get your charity up, right? Get your charity up to where you're satisfied, to where it satisfies you, to where you could say, yeah, I did my thing. Con? I did my thing in this earth for mama, right? For the Holy Spirit, for the nine, for the divine nine, ain't it? Do your thing out there, family. Don't just be no talker, right? Get this thing done and have it beautifully, okay? Beautifully sitting up under your belt. Real charity, okay? Not that show out junk. Not the junk that you're going to get a reward for in the earth. We don't want our reward here for the charity that we do, right? If you see me do anything, you better believe I'm sacrificing that. I'm sacrificing that to motivate others, but it's some stuff that I'm never going to talk about. But you'll see it, you'll see it one day. We're all going to see. We after the 1,000-year rest, everything comes out, right? So glory be unto the Most High. Glad to have come before the screen with you guys and broke in the Sabbath with y'all, right? Next week should be better. We should be able to spend a lot more time. And, that's how it is. I need your help, Gabar. few of y'all, I need y'all help, man, so that I could just upload teachings, you know, while I'm doing my thing. You know, upload y'all, have y'all come talk y'all talk, man, so that we giving the I am something throughout the week from time to time. I'm putting together something right now. The fam that's in Africa, you know, I know quite a few people that are living in Africa right now. And I'm having them all film and talk about their experience living there. And I'm going to compile it and I'm going to put it together. And they're going to show Africa is beautiful, fam. It's a lot going on in Africa. And, man, they show us the shacks and stuff, man. There's some nice sights. It's a lot of things. There's a lot of land out there that's free, you know, free land, fam. You know, and I'm putting together right now a compilation of Africa. It's going to show us Africa, you know, so stay tuned for that. Got a few things we working out, but all praises to the Most High. Y'all heard what was said about the Sabbath. So as I always say, I pray you getting ready to keep a nice solid one and let nothing break it. Let nothing come in between you and your Sabbath, right? And let's make the Father proud. And please understand that the Father is going to do something for you, right? If you keep his Sabbath right, the way you supposed to, that ain't the end of that. He going to take care of you, right? He going to pop in there and, yikes, he going to love on you. He going to make something feel good, great, and all that, right? Con. So that's what we want, ain't it? We want his mercy. We want his love. We want him to show us something from out of the heaven, ain't it? And that's how you compel him to do that. It's a Sabbath down at the end of every week. Whenever you have that thought, guess what's coming in a few days? A Sabbath. Show him how serious you are with how stringent you could keep a Sabbath, right? And show him whatever else you could turn down. He loves that, fam. He loves abstinence. He loves what you can stop doing more than he loves what you could do, right? Oh, I want to do this for the Most High. I want to do that. He loves you more for what you can stop doing, right? It's some rich people out there that's I'm gonna do these crazy things for the Most High, right? And spend a whole bunch of money. You can't beat them, right? So it's not about that. It's about what you can stop doing. Guess what that rich man can't do? Fit through the eye of a needle. He can't fit through the eye of no needle. I bet you can. How? Dropping everything off, shedding off. We got to shed off, fam. What is that? Charity. Give it away. Have fun giving it away. Have fun giving it away. Right? Charity, fam. That's who makes you who you are, what you can stop doing, what you can give up. Right? So all praises to the Most High. Shalom, y'all. Keep a nice tight one if you could. And I'll catch up with you. Right? Your fam. Glory be unto the Most High. Y'all see that? That's a realm, y'all.
That's a pocket in space. And guess where it's located? Beneath the Most High's feet. The Most High stands on that, right? That is a perfect work of sapphire, as onto a sapphire stone is what that is. What you're looking at, right? So if you see that, if you should lose your flesh and you go drifting into that, let me tell you, right? Exodus 24:10. Let's go there. Let me stop a moment real quick and just give it up to the round, y'all. Let me just show you that was in that place, right? If I could do something, I'm gonna just, and they saw, and who saw? All these souls right here. That's made up of souls. Those lights. The further you come out of it by yourself, you turn blue. But the deeper you go in there, that cluster right there in the middle, where it's white, that's still us making that. That solidness, oh, when we come together, we shine like that. See, as we come out, we turn blue. And then we go all the way out. What about the dark area? We're still there, right? That's just a tint or a reflection that we give off. But it souls all throughout that. And then it goes to where you can easily see that there are dots there, right? There's dots. Each of one of them dots is a soul, family. Who made it here? Through love. And they saw the God of Israel. I bet he pops down, because he's right up here. Up there, the next thing you hit is going to be the Most High's realm where he lives, where the Holy Spirit is, right? Where Christ is, where they sit on thrones, right? Surrounded by angels. That's where they are up there, right? Yes, right? And they saw the God of Israel, and there was under his feet, where? Under his arm, under his feet, as it were a paved work. Where is that at? Kapow. He called that a paved work, right? As a paved work of a sapphire stone. Y'all. That blue, that sapphire. Let's grab us a sapphire stone. Drop it in there too. Grab us a sapphire stone. Oh, there's one. Tell me this don't look like that. Oh my goodness. Check this out. Kapow. Y'all see that? Don't that look like this? You see that white right there? You see that shine that's off? What about this part? This light blue. It's right here. See all that light blue through there? As it gives off the different dimensions that it's showing you from, it turns a lighter. It turns from a lighter blue all the way to what? It gets dark. What's that dark blue? That dark blue, it's all out here, right? What about that dark stuff? Look at this. That it's almost like a navy blue, right? It looks black, right? You can mistake that for black there. You see that? What is that? That's all this out here. It's all that out there, right? This is like the work of a what? A sapphire stone, y'all. We are not supposed to be talking about this right now. We are not supposed to be talking about this right now, man. Do you see what the Most High did for us in these last days? Right? What it say? And there was under his feet, as it were a paved work of a sapphire stone. Huh? As it were the body of heaven. Is what? Wait, where are we? As it were the body of heaven. The body, they're people. They're people. Huh? As it were the body of heaven. In his clearness, he revealed this. He's being clear in his clearness. It's a blessing that he grants this, right? This is in his clearness. He's done playing game when he shows you this. When he shows you that, right? As the work of a what? Sapphire stone. He's being what? Totally clear, right? He's revealing so much to you. This is not supposed to be in the earth. We are not supposed to be talking about this. We're supposed to be looking at this scripture, wondering what would y'all think if you read, what would we think? That's why you ain't never seen nobody bring this out. We don't know what this is. We do now. All praises to the Most High, whose name is a higher, right? Glory be unto him.